Oh. Oh my god. I can position the actual screen now. Amazing.
Couldn't you always?
Nope. So now it's anchored to the left corner.
Hmm.
Excellent.
Anyway, StreamYard had the pause and restart feature,
Mm.
but also like it was annoying because as soon as you used a record studio, it disappeared. So that
What?
would be the huge plus from Restream is that the lobbies stay there. But here's
Mhm.
the thing though, not like this actually matters at the end of the day.
Yep.
Somebody could just join by seeing the code at the top of the screen, and it would be the code we always use.
That's true.
But we would just make a new lobby, and we have to manually add them anyway.
Yeah.
So it's really not a big deal.
It would be funny if people kept popping in though. Just bring him in to say something and get him out straight away. Hey, what did you want to say? Bye.
Year, I said that the internet was dead. Before that, I called what the internet has become a dark forest, a siloed and dangerous place. What was once catalogs and travel blogs circa 99 does now seem to be both dark and dead. I pointed the finger at generative AI, the revolutionary technology that was supposed to make all of our lives easier, but instead heaped an incomprehensible amount of slop upon us. I'll admit,
Oh, I did see.
I'm pretty fatalistic about it.
I gotta make a confession.
Mm.
I saw an AI generated video that I actually liked today.
Oh.
And I'm not sure. Have you seen Breaking Bad, like the series?
Mhm.
So you know when Gus cuts the guy's throat in front of him?
Mhm.
So it's that scene where they're like sitting Walt down and he's asking him, well, what do you do if there's this blah, blah, blah with the situation? And the guy starts writing on a whiteboard and doing all the chemistry. And then it ends with Gus coming up to him and instead of cutting his throat, he starts making out with him. And it cuts to Walt doing the same like face that he makes when his throat's getting cut. And I'm like, this is beautiful. This is what AI should be used for. Like, it was clearly obvious, like, AI as well. Also, can we talk about the horse racing?
What about it?
Well, first let me make the tweets. But the viral meme going around of horse racing.
No idea.
Okay, I'm so excited to show you. There's a lot of lore already. It's wild.
You see new butcher footage dropped?
I saw that there was new Russian denialism.
Yeah. Pretty cool. Basically they it was Radio Free Europe. So you already know
Oh,
what's
so
gonna
this
happen there.
pissed off these Ruskies and they started
Yeah.
putting out more disinfo to counter the story.
Yeah. This is what we can watch.
Butcher footage?
Not butcher footage, just the investigation.
Just kidding.
18 bullets at the car. The 19th was in my head.
Executions in Bucha.
They didn't give any warning. Just opened fire with their rifles right away.
Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty publishes previously unseen footage.
Then I heard knock, 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 bullets hitting the car, and then one hit.
Damn, that video is choppy as fuck.
Was it just choppy for you?
I don't know, was it choppy for you?
Oh, yeah. That's
My
what I was
head.
curious. Their embedder is not
The video brings
good.
new evidence of the involvement of Russian forces in the mass killing
So,
of civilians.
okay, so
in the
hang
town
on,
of
stop.
Bucha.
Okay. Just send me the link to this. I'll try and get the raw codec and download the source
Okay.
and play it that way.
Yep, that'll be much better.
Because they're embed tool. It's because of the ads and shit that you have to plaster all over the page.
Fair enough. Well, we'll watch that soon.
However, there are now a small group of hackers raging against the machine, developing tools intended to defund and depose the AI systems that are sucking us dry.
Defund,
The internet as
depose.
it exists now is a panopticon trying to sell
He's
what it
referencing
sees,
Luigi.
and what it sees
Oh,
is
did you see
real.
Taylor Lorenz
Human
on
users are
on
found.
Hannity?
I did not. What'd you do?
I mean, just it's very short. It's only a 5-minute video.
Okay, I'll pull it up.
I was just checking if you've seen it. I watched it
AI
yesterday.
technology is clearly in a bubble. I want to pop the bubble.
The watershed moment was the public release of ChatGPT. It was a large language model trained on, without exaggeration, most of the published text that exists on the internet. Millions of books, millions of hours of transcribed YouTube videos, millions of websites, all of Wikipedia.
He just said it's
The model's
inappropriate.
surprising
What the
success at
fuck?
replicating human-like speech told every other AI company that if you want to compete in this space, you'll need a lot of data too. Once regular users realized that this meant the rest of the internet, even copyrighted material, the backlash began. Hundreds to thousands of the most visited, most maintained websites started adding an old technology to their pages, robot.txt, a voluntary compliance standard that would restrict access to automated AI data scrapers if the standard was followed. All of this happened very quickly in direct response to AI scrapers and their
Where
voracious appetite.
The fuck did this outlet come from?
What?
404.
I'm doing tweets.
Where the fuck did they come from? They just popped up.
Never heard of him.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. But they're like some of the best articles I've read recently. Just random fucking online outlets.
Probably
Really,
a
really
VC
good.
backed, so they have the budget to acquire good staff.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what Vice is, you know?
Yeah, venture capital, yeah.
Oh my god, did I get blocked? Oh no, this is you posting pamphlets who I have blocked.
Ah, yes, what did I post from pamphlets? It was some dumb fucking
It was just a
Um,
meme.
yeah, that was fucking big stupid.
I thought it was on my page for a second.
Oh, I retweeted it on 5th Gen, didn't I?
Yeah, so I thought I was on my page, but I was looking
Yes.
at 5th Gen.
I came across a dude who had an Australian and Ukrainian flag in his profile, but wouldn't talk about how China is basically Russia in the Taiwan-China scenario.
Oh, I also, to interrupt you,
annihilated
this is
him
a
so
very
hard he
quick
deleted his
thought
account.
I had earlier.
Okay.
The real jobs that are actually threatened by AI is Fiverr.
Yes.
Because, like, you ask any of those people to do anything, it's not going to be... Well, it depends, really. But, you know, I was watching Cold Ones earlier, and they did... They were doing the tattoos where they fucking had a Fiverr artist design their drunk prompts, and then they spun a
that's
wheel
right.
to see who would get the tattoos.
That's great.
It was a collab with some other Aussie creators.
Was it
But-
Max Mofo?
Well, that's
the-
the Cold Ones
The
guy.
Cold Ones guys? Yeah.
I was saying I was watching Cold Ones. Follow
Oh, okay.
along. And they were doing the drunk Fiverr skit that they
Yeah,
do.
okay, because I was about to say, was that Max Mofo and Chad?
Yeah, no, it was 3 other guys I hadn't heard of.
Okay. Yeah, the pamphlets thing I retweeted
I think they were
was...
a prank channel.
Oh, interesting. Was it
I was
Rucka
half
Rucka?
watch. No, I would know who that is.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if you knew who that was.
I fucking the Ronald McDonald's Playground video that they made is one of my favorite videos because there's one point where he's sliding down a slide and stabbing the kid sliding next to him. And it's so fucking funny.
They're great videos. They stopped making them because YouTube demonetized them and fucked them over.
Yeah,
Isn't that
no
cool?
shit.
Isn't
That-
it cool
well-
how YouTube just kills creativity?
That edgy era is dead. You have to
but they
you have to
had-
talk in front of a camera and make soy faces only now.
Yeah. The pamphlets post was talking about. It was actually a post praising the nationalists. Funnily enough, it had France. It was like the transcendence meme, and it's like I couldn't not use the 5th gen to talk about this because it says China keeping the monarch alive, seizing his wealth and property, and giving him an ordinary job. I'm like, hold the fuck on. If I remember my history correctly, the last emperor was a literal child. Right? And I was right. He was 6 years old when they deposed him. So, really, what were they going to do with a 6-year-old? Had that 6-year-old harmed millions of Chinese people? Doubt it. Bet you that kid was barely not shitting in fucking diapers. And I was like, Puyi was 6 years old when the nationalists ended the monarchy. Reducing the emperor to a commoner is probably a good thing. Better than the communists disappearing a child after they were named the next Panjin Lama, who was also 6 years old. And I'm just like, history is not a hard thing to understand. It just requires time, effort, and interest in correct information. People make sure facts are, please make sure facts are correct and you know your historical context. And this is me saying this knowing that I have gaps in my historical context knowledge, as we found out before. Please make sure facts are correct and you know historical context. It avoids being taken by information warfare agents. And it's that simple. Not hard.
People have been fucking Abu Ghraib posting in response to this El Salvador gulag instead of Guantanamo posting.
Wow.
And I'm like, so frustrated. The thing I'm most frustrated about is people saying that they tried to Photoshop MS-13 tattoos on the guy being detained.
Oh, I just saw Trump holding up his tattoo.
Yeah. Well, the tattoo
You know how I
is
found out about
real.
this guy?
Hang on. Let me just show you with the picture.
Okay. You know what I found out about this guy?
The guy who's in prison?
Yep, refugee status.
Yeah, no. He literally, that's the issue, is that's not that they could have deported him, basically, if they, like, he still needs
Did
a
it
fucking
properly?
trial, but it literally said that he could be deported anywhere but El Salvador.
Uh-huh. And this is what I said yesterday on Twitter. Breaching the Refugee Rights Act, like the international human rights law, is a Hague-worthy offense. Lodge the claims, get the Hague to do an ICJ trial. If he becomes convicted, Americans can extradite him. This is how you get rid of him.
Okay, so
Put him in the Hague.
pull up this and read it out loud and see if you can tell what's been pissing me off, because I've seen at least 20 identical posts just like this one.
Okay. Are you gonna Photoshop MS-13?
No, pull it on screen so people can see how stupid this is.
Okay, so they've just put text over the tattoos.
Yes, but see what the guy is saying there?
If you're gonna Photoshop MS-13 on his knuckles, maybe don't use the same font as his type name above it. Oh my god. It's very
Like,
funny.
what is going on? Like,
And
is
maybe
this
choose a font color
mass brain
closer.
damage where you all aren't fucking... You see one person saying that it's photoshopped on his hands and you just have that confirmation bias because it's the first thing you heard? Like, how in the fuck do you not understand that they're labeling it as code?
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Okay,
Like, that's
and then
obviously what's happening.
I'll share this next one.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So... I said they're labeling it. And, uh-oh. It was. I said no audio, and it was still doing the echo. Okay. So I said, okay, this reply is the dumbest reaction to this yet. So this guy is a post.
Oh my god, Brian Crescenstein.
Okay, it said with tattoos with MS-13 photoshopped on top. Okay, we got to stop using the word photoshopped like this.
As like a descriptor?
Yes.
I agree.
Okay, so he's just saying that at least he's pointing it out that like I can see where someone would still see this and then translate this into their photoshopping tattoos on him if you're that stupid. Okay?
Yeah.
But it even shows that it's like this is them decoding, okay? This is somebody wrote in the comments and I said this is the dumbest one yet. Do you have proof that it's photoshopped? Yeah, it doesn't say MS-13 on it. There are multiple pictures of his tattoos, he responds.
Christ. I'm so glad it's this guy. I fucking hate this guy.
Literally the dumbest reply yet is somebody replying to these people saying that it's Photoshop by thinking that there's actually an MS-13 tattoo on the guy. Yeah. Oh my god.
So what, they're implying that these knuckle tattoos are exactly why he was deported?
Well, first of all, now there is some evidence to say that he is like kind of like a witness protection.
Okay.
And he might have been in the past associated with the gang. Now, you know, if we had a fucking case in front of a court,
yes,
we could actually have these facts. Okay, that said, he has more recent tattoos. You can see in the photos of him meeting with the senator, who the senator actually ended up getting into the facility and meeting with the guy. And Bukele responds there, now that we all know alive, he'll be in this prison for the rest of his life. But you can see the tattoo on his arms are pretty fresher compared to the ones on his like
months.
His hands normally don't stay regardless.
Yes.
But the fading and the age of the tattoo on the hand almost look like they've been removed, like he's gotten a laser session.
Yeah.
That's how old they are. He hasn't gotten a laser session, but they're like very old, janky, home-done tattoos.
Yeah.
And there's nothing saying that it's code for MS-13. Finger tattoos, especially 10 years ago, were probably some of the most popular.
Mm. I want this one.
Of course, almost just as quickly, the world's top 2 AI startups started ignoring robot.txt. This...
I've been liking hand tattoos more and more. I've also heard that tattooists won't do a hand tattoo as your first tattoo.
That's not true.
Well, this is in Australia. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but that's what I've heard.
It's something that I've heard many times.
Okay.
Face tattoos, that's a different story.
Different story, yeah. Because I reckon I want to get a hand tattoo.
A lot of people get hand tattoos and nothing else. Because...
Interesting.
Like, the point of a tattoo is for it to be visible.
Yes.
So, a lot of people do get hand tattoos. But, like, this whole thing where it's like, it's going to ruin your employment if you have visible hand tattoos. Where? You know, I just saw a commercial today for this DWI lawyer here.
Okay.
Like, he's had a jingle that's been around for my entire life, you know?
Yeah.
where it's like Tom Anelli, the DWI guy, and in that commercial, I noticed he had hand tattoos. Not only that, I could tell exactly where he got them because I know where his office is, and it's the shop that like I like go to locally
okay.
because it's like it's next to his office. Like anyway, it's in the same district of the city.
Yeah.
But he has a fucking like some hardcore like Polynesian-esque like
Yep.
a full arm tattoo that goes onto his hand. The dude's like one of the biggest lawyers in town.
Okay. I mean, look.
Like
look
he
at,
is the DWI lawyer.
Yeah,
like
okay. Like it's not really a good comparison because it's New Zealand and it's like a Maori tattoo, but like the mouth.
yeah,
tattoo,
nobody
the
in New
one under
Zealand
the
would
lip,
discriminate against you for
No,
having a
exactly.
Maori tattoo.
most places in Australia would have up until like maybe 10 years ago. Now they don't care too much because people realize that tattoos are just tattoos. Who gives a shit? Fucking Christian conservative fuckheads. You don't mark your body permanently. Shut up. People like Sydney Sweeney because she doesn't have tattoos. Shut the fuck up.
Apparently, was the final straw.
Have you seen those people actually making those arguments? Like
Yes.
the obsession with chicks with no tattoos, like they're children.
Yes,
It's weird.
I've been
for
doing
a
this
few
a while.
anonymous
Yeah.
When I
tatters.
first started,
It's time, according to them.
the main reason I was making informative stuff was because of tattoo reality shows. And now the only
Okay.
one on TV is probably Ink Master.
Mm.
And like that's the only one of value, really.
Mm.
Like they
remember
still do
watching-
get tattoo models,
Yeah.
and like, like that's the only thing you could criticize is the models don't know what they're getting.
Okay.
But like other than that, like imagine
remember
having
watching
like a
Kat Von D's
losing
show.
tattoo. Like you get a tattoo and then you watch that episode of Ink Master. And that's the thing is like so people are like because Dave Navarro is like the celebrity that brings the attention to the show. And as I've already said, the dude is like hardcore involved with like body modification and stuff. And it's just so funny that people will be like, what does he know? He's a musician, not an artist. It's like, bro, I have video of him doing a 10-point Superman suspension. You can imagine when I say a 10-point Superman suspension, the position he's in.
Damn.
Like,
That's fucking crazy.
yeah, dude. Like, the dude is hardcore into that shit.
Interesting. I remember watching Kat Von D's show,
Yeah, fuck her.
but that was about it. She's got
Garbage.
her blackout tattoos are pretty cool.
Well, blackout tattoos are just cool. As I've been
Yeah.
over this.
Yes.
Like, if you want to get a tattoo now, like, the heavy blackout stuff, not just like a full black arm, because that's what you do to cover up all your shitty tattoos.
Uh-huh.
So we actually, we used to call it piercer's arm, because all piercers would have a blacked out arm, because it's covering all the shitty tattoos they got when they were young, you know? And now that they're like a top league piercer, they're ashamed of them, so they just get them blacked
Yeah.
out.
Interesting.
So that
Well,
was
that's what Kat did, right?
the huh?
That's what she did, right? Or did she get Christian and didn't like her tattoos anymore?
Who?
Kat Von D.
I don't know anything about her.
Mm.
Other than that, she sucks. And platforms other idiots who are bad at their job.
Uh-huh.
But like the thick blackout geometry stuff
Yes.
is hard as fuck. And also like Polynesian always been looking good.
Mhm.
And the thing is that Polynesian fell off for a while because of the biker tribal
Yes.
and how that was like so mocked. It would be like having a
Tribal
soul
tattoos.
patch,
Yeah.
you know?
Yes, yes.
So Polynesian did fall off for just a bit because people would mock them, be like, tribal tattoo? What tribe do you belong to? you know, and now we've stopped calling them tribal, which it never really was called. Tribal is specifically that biker style, and now people actually say Polynesian, and they don't picture spiky tribal armbands in their mind when they hear that.
Yeah.
But it's just so funny because like the tribal was like 90s, right? So it's all everyone would mock in the 2000s. And then another thing that people mock is the kanji, and like how it's like the common joke where you don't know what it says. You want to hear my hot take?
Gone.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
Like, if you're getting a kanji tattoo, you're already one of those homos that want tattoos to have meaning or something. And so if it means something to you, it doesn't matter what it means to other people.
Exactly.
So if you want to get kanji and you're like scared that it might say something dumb, why do you care? just if you want the kanji, get the kanji. Like, sure, maybe you should do your research and get the correct kanji.
Yes.
But to this day, I see people making fun of people for having like
The
something like
spinal
dumb
kanji
Westerner tattooed on them. And it's like, who cares?
My favorite meme was people faking like dumb English word tattoos. Just like it was just like kanji, but it's it's like having dog tattooed on you. It's like, oh, it's deep meaning.
I've seen that though. For real.
That's awesome.
To show the world that generative AI is all just smoke and mirrors.
I want to pop the
If I
bubble.
have enough money
Sabotage to cost them money. None of the AI
next year, I'll do filming at the Vegetarian Festival. Because you know that guy I told you about who I did Malort with?
Yes.
He's going to them now too. So now that guy and my former boss both attend them in Pierce the Monks. So
Interesting.
I've a really good in access to go film those.
Yeah, that'll be great. Restart the series.
Watch these guys get their fucking jaws dislocated by these fucking giant things being shoved through their face.
Hell yeah.
companies are profitable, and poisoning their models to hurt performance and hopefully spook investors is the goal.
I decided to make this piece after reading this Ars Technica interview with a one Aaron B., which I suggest you read in full, link in the description, who used an old cybersecurity tactic known as tar pitting to trap AI data scrapers who weren't just digesting everything in sight on websites. They were also pinging some sites millions of times a day, which cost the website developers time, money, and intellectual property. The tool Aaron created is called Nepenthes, after the carnivorous plant that digests anything unlucky enough to slip inside it.
It's funny he made a video about information hazards. Is this not one?
Don't worry. I'm already following you.
Having been worried about this problem for a while now, I reached out to Aaron to learn more about what they were doing. The quotes that follow are Aaron's words via our email exchanges, read aloud by an actor, as what they have created is deliberately malicious software intended to cause harm. First, what is a digital tar pit?
Yeah. This is an info hazard. This is a total info hazard, and I support it entirely. You should download this.
The first of these programs
great.
was made by Tom
Kill AI.
Liston, who named it La Brea, after the real tar pits in Los Angeles. Tom was trying to stop a worm from scanning
I've
his
been
IP non-stop. Instead of doing something illegal, Tom decided to try to slow down the worm enough such that its spamming would be less effective, and therefore less desirable as a tactic. Quote, "Now you have a chance to make their life more difficult," Tom explained. Aaron B. and Nepenthes have a similar, if
We also need to talk about China using the fucking tariffs to gaslight people into buying their shitty fucking counterfeits. It's very funny. But like, if you're not tuned in enough to realize that these European fashion brands are not American and they're just manipulating you, I don't know what to tell you. Like, if China is mad at America, why are they targeting European brands? It makes no sense. It's a complete narrative fuck up on the Chinese side, and nobody's talking about it.
With a bit more focused goal.
Instead of rolling over and letting these assholes do what they want, make them have to work for it instead.
Like real tar pits, the goal of Nepenthes is both to slow down AI scrapers like the La Brea program and to trap them on a website indefinitely like some helpless prehistoric megafauna. This costs the AI company time, it wastes their money, and it poisons their datasets, not just with raw data, but with nonsense. This is how it works.
It's like an infinite maze or a hall of mirrors. You dedicate part of your website's URL space, a directory or folder, to Nepenthes, and make a link to it from somewhere else on your site. Then it generates a randomized page for just that URL that looks like a normal website and not something malicious. But every link generated in one of those pages links right back into the tar pit.
This is a demonstration of Nepenthes working in real time.
Great.
According to Aaron, having the page load with the speed of a Roadrunner modem in 1997 is on purpose.
The deliberate slowdown has two purposes. First, to prevent the crawler from overloading your server. The delay also hurts the crawler. It takes a computer's resources to listen for the response, which, while the AI companies have massive amounts, they still don't have an infinite amount. And now, they are wasting some of that waiting to hear from the tar pit. You'll also notice the page slowly fills in. Nepenthes is trying to send the crawler just barely enough to stay on the line instead of disconnecting.
So, an AI comes to your website, not knowing that it's tiptoeing around the rim of a carnivorous plant. Eventually, it will find the link you've made to the tar pit. Once inside, there's no way out. Every single link sinks it deeper into the sticky muck. Aaron says that eventually, the download queue for the crawler is almost entirely web pages from the pit, pages that outnumber the legitimate pages on your entire website. Nepenthes isn't just an infinitely deep well for AI to fall into. It's a poisoned well, tainted with so-called Markov babble. The backlash against AI scrapers isn't so much about the web crawling in general. That's how we search the internet in the first place. It's about knowing that your data is being fed into something that will turn some of your creativity into slop. So Aaron added an old program to...
Okay. He messages on 5th gen. Do you want to do it tomorrow? You
if
message
you're
him and
around
figure that
tomorrow.
out. I could be around tomorrow. If we do it in the morning, maybe hour and a half before this. Does that work?
Sure.
Cool. Okay. Well, change the plan, guys. Do you want to do gaming? What do we want to do?
I want to look at this Taylor Lorenz thing. I'm still doing my poll. I haven't,
Yep. Okay.
I haven't
Well,
even
I've
had
got
it.
two
Had an
videos about
energy
piracy and AI. So, we'll do that. I got the Taylor Lorenz video here. We'll do that. If you've downloaded the Butcher video, we'll do that.
I'm working on it. I'm doing the
Yep.
stuff.
We've got plenty of time. I will message him, or do you want to message him?
I already did.
Okay.
I said, okay.
to Nepenthes that makes the tar pit bubble up babble instead of useful data.
A Markov babbler is a very simple text generation algorithm, often used as a
before.
Fucking Snapchat is now sending you ads directly to your fucking your message list. And really, really cool was I got one for the military. So that means that they're dumping military propaganda right in the face of kids.
I mean,
So that's very cool.
they already did. It's called The Avengers, bro. Haven't you heard that it's actually imperialist propaganda?
Of course.
They collaborate with the military.
I disagree. Snapchat's great. I love sending pictures to my mates. I love sending fart videos to them and then telling them to turn the sound on. I'm just like all of my friend group when we were growing up got Snapchat and everybody uses it in my friend group. So yeah, I understand the stigma. I think we've spoken about it before. Like and this is why I'm like actively being like, hey, this app is populated by young people. Why are you putting military propaganda on their feeds?
computer science or programming lesson. The goal is
So I reported it for promoting violence.
generating new text that is statistically identical to the source material it's trained on.
Aaron gave me this example. Start with a sentence like, and this and that. The Markov babbler wants to generate text based on this training data that is statistically identical. 50% of the time, the word and is followed by the word this, and 50...
I don't know. It's it's an interesting question because you would
Did
think
you also post on
that they would.
Instagram and Discord?
I posted in Discord. I haven't done Instagram yet.
Okay.
50% of the time, it is followed by the word that. 100% of the time, this is followed by and 100% of the time, that is the end of the sentence. So give the babbler the word this, and it's very likely to spit out something like this and that and this and that, Aaron tells me. Now imagine that instead of giving it a single sentence, very similar to large language models, you give it a lot of text to reference. Then you prompt it, and if it's only trying to output similar sentences and not answer questions like ChatGPT, what you get back is nonsense. This is the tar that Nepenthes feeds to any AI ignoring robot.txt on your website.
There isn't much new in Nepenthes, honestly. Dropping the Markov generator in was a whim for the fun of it. I'm unsure how effective it is as a poison, but who cares? Let's go.
I told Aaron in our
agree.
email
I love this
exchanges that,
attitude.
frankly, it feels like there's some Fight Club-style anarchy to these tools. Why poison them all? Why burn it all down? Surely there's a less...
Wasn't it nihilism? Wasn't the whole point of Fight Club nihilism?
I mean,
It was not anarchy.
well, hang on. If he was nihilistic, why would he care about getting back at the credit card companies and bankers?
Sure. Accelerationist?
Like, he's does, but that's the thing, is that Edward Norton's character suffers from an existential nihilism. Like, that's the whole opening where he's filling his house with pointless things and blah blah blah
That's
blah
what.
blah.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Is like.
And so his subconscious is not nihilistic, though. He has clear goals and intentions. Right? So that's kind of the thing, is like he is so nihilistic that he doesn't even care that a split personality is controlling his life, you know? Like, he doesn't clue into any of it because he's so indifferent
Yeah.
to the world.
Okay, so if Edward Norton's character is the nihilism, what is Brad Pitt's character?
The opposite.
Well, what's the opposite of that?
I mean, he is
Hopeful?
no, because he's nihilists aren't forming like groups where they have secret societies and shit. He's overwhelmed by a need to feel something, right?
Okay.
So it's not anarchism or anything, or acceleration or anything like that. It's just supposed to be the opposite. It's like a reaction to how, like, his subconscious is reacting to how much his primary conscience doesn't care. Because, like, really, that's kind of what nihilism is suppressing self-consciousness.
Okay.
Like, you have to go against so many things to get to the point where nothing matters. So, a good example of this is what we talked about before with Owlman, who doesn't even disarm the bomb because it doesn't matter, because he is nihilism. Batman is the opposite of nihilism in that story.
Okay.
It's clearly not the same character dynamic, though, is it?
No, I see what you mean, though.
But Batman is not nihilistic. He's not anarchistic. He has weird virtue codes and stuff like that.
Yeah. Okay, I see what you mean now. Interesting. So it doesn't
So
necessarily.
it's more
Brad
like
Pitt's character
it's
doesn't
more
necessarily
like
have to be
a
an ideology.
fucking superhero with a secret identity, but the secret identity doesn't know that he's a superhero. Type thing.
Right.
It's not. I don't know if Fight Club is supposed to be a political movie.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. Because I haven't watched it for a minute, but I'm just trying to think through. Outside of like when they're going around beating people and shit, even that isn't really political. It's all nihilistic. Like we should just, what does it matter? You know what I mean? Unless I'm missing something, unless I don't see something that I'm missing. But I don't know. I just see it as nihilistic. I see where you're coming from as like he's the opposite. But it
Yeah.
just seems like that's the main, like.
Yes, I I
Focus.
know that it is a book, but it doesn't matter what the author says. Okay? Key example, The Shining.
Okay.
Okay? Stephen King fucking hates that movie.
Interesting.
You didn't know this?
It's a good movie.
You didn't know that there's tons of drama behind it?
I had an idea, but I didn't realize it was like that much.
Yeah, Stephen King is real. So also, the opening to The Shining, which we are not watching. I've watched it too many times. I'm gonna be so bored. It's one of those movies that I don't think I'll watch again. You know?
Populist violence as like the center point is of the movie when they're going around beating people.
Well, it's just like, you know, it's just like you know, fighting back against the oppressor type stuff, which is just sure.
Hey, I'm reading chat the whole time. Relax. Yay, more people. We were gonna do a Zapatistas thing, but it fell through. We'll do it tomorrow.
Anyway, what was I saying? Yes, The Shining. Thank you.
Yes.
The opening to that Stephen King's car, that's like the Christine car.
Yes.
They drive by it wrecked on the side of the road in the opening
Really?
to The Shining. That was a message to Stephen King to go fuck himself. This isn't his story.
That's fucking great. I have to look this up now.
You can look up interviews with Stephen King talking about it.
I just want to look up the intro.
Oh, I was going to ask you, have you ever played Ocarina of Time?
I have only played the new one in like an hour.
Okay, do you know anything about Ocarina of Time?
No idea. It's like the best
Good. Don't
Nintendo game
don't
ever
learn.
made.
No. The thing is the point is that there's two of them. There's kind of it's
Okay.
very interesting. I actually like the second one more.
Okay.
the kind of direct sequel. But
Yeah.
what's interesting is they took
People
all the
kind of-
assets from Ocarina of Time and then just basically remade the names of the characters. So it's funny because like I grew up with Ocarina of Time and I like know the names of like all these characters, and then you play the next game and they all have different names and they're different people. Yeah, which I like more. Majora's Mask is more like Breath of the Wild. It's more like the newer ones than it is like an old Zelda game, which is probably why I liked it at the time too.
Well, it's funny you say that. Because, like, the Pokemon games, right? Everybody loves the Pokemon games.
I wouldn't say
Change the
love.
format. Change the
I mean, they
fucking
did.
format. Do
They
something.
did. They released the Let's Go Eevee, Pikachu, Arceus.
Yeah, that was great.
Exactly. But the mainline
Yeah.
games are still kind of the same.
The same, exactly. So it's like, with the Switch capabilities, like, give us a full first person, third person, like, fully interactive thing where you're, like, walking through grass and, like, a Pokemon is just, like, runs in front of you and shit. Like, that'd be cool.
That's what Arceus is.
Is it? I never played
Yeah.
that one. That's cool. They should do that, especially for the new Switch that's coming out, considering that it's going to be,
Yeah,
like,
so those are the
portable handheld
those are the spin-off
desktop level?
titles.
yeah, okay.
So the mainline
Um,
games will stay a fucking classic RPG turn-based thing. And the newer ones are more of like action-based.
Are you saying the book was meant to be this? That's what the book is. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, the writer is like weird, but he's
Yeah.
very deep in his thinking. But the movie
Yeah,
is
yeah.
just like embraced by people who want to emulate it. So it didn't really accomplish that, if that was the goal.
This is a great opening scene.
For The Shining,
Yeah.
I fucking hate the opening scene. But I do. What's interesting about The Shining. So if you actually watch that opening part, when he sits down in the office, if you are actually paying attention, it makes no sense that there's a window where you can look out behind him. And Kubrick did this on purpose.
Yeah.
So it's supposed to like start making you feel weird, but I don't think most people cue into it. I don't think it's very effective. I think Kubrick kind of overthought it. That people would understand, because films jump around anyway. People are used to it.
Yes.
But if you actually watch it, the office is literally in the like center of the room.
Yeah, it
And
is
like
very
they
strange.
also before that, if you look at the luggage that the family is bringing in, it's like a ridiculous tower of luggage.
Okay. Yes, it is. Where is the Christine car in the intro?
Oh, it's right in the beginning. It's like one
Very
of the
beginning?
first shots where he's driving.
'Cause the first shot is the island in the middle, and then it goes to the car. I don't
It's
see
when
any
they're
car.
driving to the
Oh,
hotel.
like in the actual car, not the
Yeah.
like overhead shots.
They drive by a car.
Is it like an in-car shot? I can't find it
The
at all.
movie
It's not
was the
here.
best adaptation of a Chuck Pontiac book to date. I mean, I just know that a lot of people say that the movie still doesn't compare to the book. I think it's a fine movie. It's just one of those overhyped things, in my opinion.
That's fair. There we go. First 10 minutes. Oh my god, it's a fucking movie.
Just look up Stephen King car reference in The Shining. No, fuck. What was I googling?
Got crazy eyebrows, this Jack Nicholson. Yeah, I don't see no car.
The only time I've been scared watching a movie is when I watched the kitchen scene with rappers in Jurassic Park. I showed my mom the Strangers, knowing that it would fuck her up, and she had to get up and close all the doors in the house.
Oh, really?
Watch
That's
out, the movie's gonna get you.
malicious way to do this. They responded, like many observers of the tech space are doing right now, that something has to show these giant companies that this space is a bubble, and it's about to burst.
AI technology is clearly in a bubble. It doesn't work. It's spicy autocomplete. There's no cognition there. It's just attempting to guess the most probable next word. That's where these hallucinations and other bullshit they spit out comes from. Humans have an innate tendency to assume anything showing enough entropy to have free will or consciousness. LLMs are pretty much optimized to trigger it, and that's all that's happening. Do you think a Markov babbler will ever be sentient? Why would an LLM ever reach general AI when a Markov model cannot? It's all just smoke and mirrors.
Aaron isn't the only one making these tar pits. In their interview, Ars Technica also spoke to others who are cross-pollinating their ideas with the digital Nepenthes plant. Another is called iocane, after the famous poison from the Princess Bride. But ultimately, right now,
What a great
Nepenthes, iocane, and other tar
That's
pits
one of those
are old
movies.
tools being used
So I
to
didn't
fight
even see this until an adult, because as a kid I'm like, I don't want to watch a princess movie. Even as like a young adult where I was studying film, I still would not watch this because it's called The Princess Bride, so I thought it was,
Yeah. Never seen it.
you know, not what it is. But I have it.
Might. You have it. Oh, we could have a,
Yeah.
a proper version.
I mean, I have
Um,
most of the movies that I've shown. They've just probably
Okay.
been stolen from me. You want to know what movie's
Yeah.
been stolen from me more than anything else?
No, I have no idea. So many
Mean
movies.
Girls.
Seriously?
Isn't it wild?
That's
I guess
fucking
people
funny.
just assume that because I'm a guy, I won't care that it disappears.
Yeah.
But, like, you know, I guess girls take it and stuff, and then I notice later.
That's very strange.
Now I just don't care, because the only thing I can even play DVDs on is the PlayStation, and then even then...
I saw the option. I took it.
a new giant enemy. It's inevitable that billion-dollar efforts to scrape data from every corner of the internet will adapt to and or avoid these pits entirely. But even after his program gained decent traction on social media, Ars Technica, and other spaces, for Aaron, full-scale digital warfare isn't the goal.
This was less sounding an alarm and more of a whim that took on a life of its own. It's kind of art, honestly. Just an expression of rage at what the internet has turned into. Lashing out
I love
because
this.
I can, regardless of effectiveness. I will definitely continue to maintain Nepenthes as long as it takes. I'm guesstimating via downloads somewhere around 50 to 250 instances of Nepenthes are currently out there in the wild. I think it's pretty cool. People like it and are using it.
I have included a
That is
link to
cool.
Nepenthes in the comments below. It comes with many warnings, and it doesn't mince words. Its goal is to accelerate
A link? Hey. Look, a link. Hey, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. Loading. Boom.
I don't remember.
Link. Yeah, don't worry about that link. Worry about that link. Oh, it looks like it's blocked in Australia. Cool. Of course it is.
Great AI model collapse and see them burn. Do not deploy Nepenthes if you aren't fully comfortable with what you're doing. My choice in highlighting this work could also be dangerous, but I wanted to speak with Aaron because I'm worried about the same things. The dead internet, enshittification, AI slop, brain rot. Like social media before it, in its current iteration, AI is a grand social experiment being performed on us without our consent. I don't want to move fast and break things when what's broken is the social contract. Tools like Nepenthes are an opening salvo in the coming battle for our digital lives.
We can fight back even if we don't succeed. Be indigestible. Grow spite.
Sabotage.
Wax.
Until next time.
Thanks. Cool. No,
is making a major comeback. No, not
What?
that kind. Piracy is making a major comeback. No, not that kind. Video piracy. Remember when
You know, I watched a video talking about America, potentially. I think it was Alex Hollings. I think it was one of his videos. He was proposing that America could issue letters of marque and have privateers fight China. Imagine Blackwater rotating from groundwater to ocean. Start buying tomahawks and shit. Taking down Chinese ships. That'd be great. I'd like to see that. Pirates.
streaming was supposed to be the hero.
And even though privateering has been banned globally, America hasn't signed it. And they've said that they're willing to use privateers in a war.
Yeah.
And they've used privateers in a war before, so it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I put it on the other day. I watched a video on it.
Fucking fascinating. I didn't even consider this as an option. It's very awesome.
That killed piracy? Yeah, that didn't happen. And the reasons why are obvious. Subscription prices are skyrocketing, shows are getting pulled from libraries, and exclusive content is being scattered across a dozen different services. Instead of making our lives easier, streaming has morphed into cable 2.0. Expensive, fragmented, and frustrating. Want to watch Severance? You'll need Apple TV. Rewatch The Office? Well, it used to be on Netflix, but now you'll need Peacock. Sports? One game is on DAZN, another on Fubo. How are you even supposed to keep track of where everything is? These days, finding that one specific movie you want to watch feels like a chore. You're gonna need Google, maybe even a VPN, and while you're at it, may as well pull out your credit
normally
card
on
because it's
Internet
probably on a
Archive
streaming
now.
service that you don't have. Somehow, we've
Apparently, Internet Archive's being sued by Universal Media Group or some kind of
Probably.
music group. Because they keep uploading music as well. And they're trying to obviously take that down.
Well,
Fuck
in the
you.
meantime, I said in the meantime, like
Yeah.
so, like a great example. 13 Assassins. Like I said, the reason why it was so hard to find is because they're literally doing everything right. You can find it for free. It was literally on every single streaming service. But because the streaming services don't let us share, I had to find some. And that's what I'm saying. That movie goes to show that when you're actually proactive and actually distribute your product where it's accessible to people, where like you have to make your product more accessible than pirating.
Yes. That's exactly right.
You know, like Game of Thrones was the most pirated show when it was airing. because you had to have a fucking subscription to watch it.
Never had more entertainment available, yet we're constantly struggling to find and afford the stuff we actually want to watch. Piracy has once again become the most convenient option, but it doesn't have to be. Look at music. They eventually figured it out. Imagine how stupid it would be if you could only listen to Kendrick Lamar on Spotify while Drake was exclusive to Apple Music.
Boo.
Actually, given their beef, they might like that, so never mind. In the early
I would unsubscribe from Apple Music and go to Spotify if that happened.
Oh, you're a Drake
Fuck Drake.
hater, huh?
Fuck Drake. Fucking people call him a rapper. He's a fucking pop music artist. Get fucked. Guy has no fucking talent at all. Songs are all garbage. He can't rap. He can't sing. He thinks he's black American, but he's Canadian. It's very funny. Fuck
early
Drake.
2000s, music piracy, fueled by sites like Napster and LimeWire, had the music industry in full-blown panic. Piracy wasn't just winning because it was free, it was winning because it offered a superior service. Why would anyone bother going out to a store to buy a $10 CD just to hear that one song they liked? Napster and LimeWire gave you exactly what you wanted. The music industry slowly came to terms with this being the future of music consumption, and in 2003, Apple launched the iTunes Music Store, selling digital downloads for 99 cents a song. For music lovers who weren't already pirating music, iTunes was incredible. It made music more accessible, arguably more affordable, and completely reshaped how we discovered new artists. But for the pirates, it didn't offer anything they didn't already have. The game changer didn't arrive until 2008,
Wow.
when Spotify gave music pirates a real reason to quit. Suddenly, the iTunes model was obsolete. We stopped buying music altogether and started paying a monthly fee for all-you-can-stream access. The price was right, and the convenience was too. It became clear that if you wanted to actually stop piracy, you simply had to provide a better alternative.
I would have thought that was obvious.
Like I just
At
said.
the same time as the music industry was seeing this massive transformation, the internet was making video piracy a lot more accessible. Regulators'
So-
efforts to combat video piracy weren't working.
Speaking about piracy, hang on, I'm just trying to figure out how to fucking view the fucking. Oh, keyboard. Here we go. I just, because all the N64 stuff has been started being ported to PC, right? So I downloaded this to check it, right? If you this was re-released for the 3DS, right?
Okay.
But if I just press tab, it goes to the classic Nintendo 64 graphics.
Oh, that's cool.
And it has full controller support. Just built in. I literally just downloaded this from Internet Archive.
That's very
and-
cool.
Also, if I can get it to... I just don't know what the controls are. W is go down. Okay, so it lets you fucking... Like, it has different modes as well, and you can, like, port in a randomizer to it. But I was confused because at the main menu, it showed the Majora's Mask moon. So I'm like, this better be a fucking unmodified copy. You know what I mean?
You wanna
Like, why is the Majora's Mask moon in the background of your game that you ported? That's not the correct game to put that in. What?
I'm just laughing. At,
At me?
COD has added Jay and Silent Bob as character skins.
Why?
It's very funny.
Why? You know?
I have no idea.
Are they putting out a new movie or something?
I've got no idea. I hope so. Fucking love Kevin Smith. You didn't put the video back on.
They mostly relied on vague threats and public service announcements like this one.
This is my
You
favorite.
wouldn't download a car.
The only success that came from this PSA was an unintentional meme about downloading a car, which, let's be honest, we all would if we could.
You downloaded this vehicle.
Yes.
Well, that's stealing.
How's it stealing? I made an exact copy. I didn't steal anything from anyone.
You took potential profits from Toyota.
I wasn't going to buy a Hilux either way. They've lost no money. This hurts no one.
That's actually quite a good argument for online piracy.
I pirated this vehicle.
When Netflix had begun pivoting from mailing out DVD rentals into becoming an internet streaming company, this was a real solution, combating piracy with convenience, much like Spotify did for music. Why bother dealing with shady torrent sites, pop-up ads for who knows what, and low-quality bootlegs when you could pay a few bucks a month for unlimited, high-quality content? Of course, piracy
What a
did
few
disappear
bucks?
entirely, but illegally downloading content that was readily available on Netflix seemed kinda pointless. This was the streaming golden age. Netflix was on its way to becoming a central place for all your favorite movies and TV shows, that is, until competition arrived. Suddenly, your favorite movies and shows weren't all in one place anymore. Disney Plus, Hulu, Peacock, and a slew of others entered the arena, all vying for your attention and your dollars. Unlike Spotify and Apple Music, which offer virtually the same music libraries, video streaming took a completely different turn. Content on one platform cannot coexist somewhere else. We were apparently all naive to assume that it could. These streaming services have now made it clear that nothing is permanent. Warner Bros. Discovery pulled Westworld and a bunch of other HBO shows from HBO Max to avoid paying residuals, Disney Plus has been caught removing original films and series without warning, and Netflix is notorious for constantly rotating its library, making it impossible to rely on the service for long-term access to anything. Even digital purchases aren't safe anymore. Amazon has been caught deleting or restricting access to movies that customers had actually bought. So let me get this straight. You pay for a streaming service, you get emotionally invested in a show, and then one day it vanishes without a trace? And the only surefire way to watch it whenever you want is to download it illegally?
Oh my god.
Yeah, that'll definitely kill piracy.
People are zooming in on the sword that iDubbbz was holding in that photo. Like, oh my god, swastika. Look. No, that's pretty funny.
It's the very common hand.
I know, that's why it's funny. It'd be like them going to Japan and being like, oh my god, Japan and Nazis,
Bro,
look at all the swastikas
They
on the
have a
map."
swastika handguard in the katana in Diablo 3.
Really? Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting.
See. While the streaming wars began as a battle royale for content supremacy, licensing disputes and complex streaming contracts have soured the entire industry. Like, why could Disney Plus subscribers in the US watch The Bear, while those in Australia couldn't? These kinds of headaches are a big part of why streaming companies have morphed into becoming their own production studios. Netflix originals like Squid Game should, in theory, be available forever and accessible everywhere. This evolution of streaming companies producing their own content means you're no longer subscribing to the platform with the best catalog of acquisitions. You're essentially investing into a single studio that's hopefully producing something good. Netflix is planning to drop a staggering $18 billion on content in 2025 alone, with the lion's share going to originals, like finally delivering the last season of Stranger Things, even if the years of delays make it hard for the actors to still pass as kids, but whatever.
How do you do, fellow kids?
What?
At some point, Netflix and its rivals will start seeing diminishing returns on their massive spending on original content and on what they can reasonably charge subscribers. If Netflix decided to spend $100 billion on new content, would you be willing to shell out $200 a month for
Nope.
it? Probably not. There's only so much content we can consume, and it's not like every original is a hit. The few must-watch movies and shows remain scattered across too many different platforms. According to Deloitte's Digital Media Trends Report, the average US streaming video subscriber pays for 4 services, adding up to a hefty $69 per month. That's insane, and almost certainly unsustainable, considering that over 50% of Gen Z and millennials surveyed had canceled at least one paid streaming service in the last 6 months. Because streaming has become so expensive, we're going to start seeing more people picking a streaming service like they pick a sports team, crossing their fingers that the new releases will be good enough to justify sticking with it.
Why?
Well, you know, support the team.
Sure, you could drop Netflix after binging Inventing Anna, just so you could afford to subscribe to Apple TV for Ted Lasso, but are you really going to go through that hassle every single month? That's incredibly annoying. The reality is, if you can't afford to subscribe to both, your options are to either pirate Ted Lasso, or just never watch it. Neither option is a win for the consumer. Unfortunately, it's not just the fractured nature of exclusive content that's the problem. It's that streaming companies now have absolute control over everything. They get to call all the shots, from what gets greenlit and the budget, to how it's released. Warner Brothers famously killed Batgirl, even though it was already filmed, and they had already sunk $90 million into it. Why? Purely for a tax write-off. I'm sure their fans really love that. And have you noticed how those genuinely hilarious R-rated comedy films that define the 2000s
I thought he
aren't
said
being made
fat
anymore?
girl.
It's not because people don't want them. It's because streaming companies aren't interested in making them. Whether it's due to the relentless competition or Wall Street's insatiable hunger for growth, Netflix, once the golden child of video streaming, has steadily become less and less consumer-friendly. For years, Netflix practically encouraged password sharing. It was part of their brand identity. Love is sharing a password. They tweeted that in 2017. In a complete reversal, they declared war on account sharing in 2023,
They sure did.
forcing users to either pay extra for additional profiles or risk getting locked out. Other streaming platforms quickly followed suit. This wasn't about security or fairness, it was a blatant attempt to squeeze more money out of subscribers. To add insult
No, the best part is, I pay for one streaming service, and I have 4.
to injury, Bezos,
I still
who
don't
has
watch
enough
anything.
money to take joyrides to space, began forcing ads on Prime Video users, even though they're already paying for this.
Did you see people are fucking popping off about Katy Perry going into space? And they're like, oh, her hair didn't float around like zero gravity. And I'm like, they're not in orbit, you fucking idiots. It's literally a parabolic arc that hits, I think, the Kármán line.
They were
I think
going
is what
like,
it's called.
there's no scorching on it. It's like,
Yeah, and they're like,
they
why do they
also
not have
just-
pressure suits?
they just were using a upgraded, brand new heat shield. It was the first time they've used that heat shield to go to space too, which is kind of risky to do it on your celebrity
Really?
thing, you know?
Interesting.
Yeah, so their heat
'cause
shield was
another-
upgraded, and they also barely, like, how high does the Dark Star go as compared to how high they went? You know? It's
plane?
like how the, you know, like, it's not like it's a difference between a nuclear bomb and a conventional bomb.
13,000, so 13.5 kilometers. So, Katy Perry and the Blue Origin flight went to 100 kilometers. So, it's about 8 times higher than a dark star. So, what I found out, so there were a couple things that people were talking
Okay.
about.
Pretty
They
high.
were talking about.
I just know that the
hair.
Dark Star gets pretty close to the, you know, stage
it's actually
separation zone.
Yeah, like it's actually wild. Because I saw this thing and I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, firstly, the Boeing pilots were in the ISS, which is in constant freefall. It's in orbit, right? So I looked up the trajectory. It hits the Kármán line, which is 100 kilometers, the edge of space. It doesn't actually sit in zero gravity. As far as, and again, I didn't find this out, but I'm assuming, based on the things that I know, that just because they hit space doesn't mean that they're going to have that floaty hair effect. The hair was floating, it just wasn't up like the Boeing pilot, right? Because it's like those simulated zero gravity space flights. Like the other thing that they were talking about were the pressure suits. Astronauts need pressure suits. I looked it up. Yes, apparently you do need pressure suits to go to 100 kilometers high. They don't use them. They just use flight suits because the capsule is designed to be pressurized inside because it's not a space vehicle. It's a fucking suborbital vehicle. So...
Well, it's just like them saying we went to space is like saying that we resurrected the dire wolf.
Well, it's a technicality. Like, technically they went to space, but they were at the very edge of the bottom of space.
Also, I don't know if this has anything to do with anything. But the you know how they found potentially for the first time they found the best evidence of life on another planet?
Oh.
And it's like a specific type of thing that plankton do. They like make this element or something.
Yeah.
So they were looking at it where they think that it will have liquid water on it.
Okay.
But the thing is that it's way more massive than Earth is. And so the post said something like, I think I just figured out the Fermi paradox, and it was just a meme of Earth next to this planet, and it said, good luck with the escape velocity, idiot. So I was like, you know what, that's a really good point, because what we know is that liquid water is the one critical component, which is, my thing is like, if you're a water-based species and not a land dweller like we are, then you're not just... It's like a lot easier to deal with air environments in space than a full liquid environment. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you would have to also get over that challenge. So like that's another thing I said is like I think the main thing would be intelligence. Like they would have, that's why I say they have to be at least as intelligent as us. Mm-hmm. Because if you come up with rocketry and then immediately destroy yourselves, you're not getting there.
There's an interesting question. Do you think that what's the theory where societies get to a point where they just destroy each other and
well, it's the filter, something filter, but that's part of the Fermi paradox. The Great Filter.
Okay. Interesting.
Is what it's called.
Yeah, okay, so it's microgravity, like that's... Yeah. Okay. So it's like... I'm not saying they didn't go to space, that's not what I'm saying. They did go to space, this is what other people are saying. I'm clarifying the information that I saw with the stuff that I found out. Anything that I got wrong, please pull me up. But as far as I'm aware, everything... from the parabolic arc of the flight, the spaceship, the fact that the door went inwards, people were like, oh, well, that's not good. You shouldn't have a door that has inside thing. And I'm like, well,
actually, what happened is... So the thing is that Jeff Bezos wanted to shoot so it looks like he's opening the door when they could have opened the door themselves. Jeff Bezos
so it
wanted
is
to look
like
cool.
a big thing inside.
Yeah,
that you,
he wanted to look cool. So yes.
Sort of like
Turns
a submarine.
out you can do different shots and takes for a advertisement.
Yes, exactly. Hilarious.
Like bro, they're literally gonna put Tom Cruise in space apparently.
Great.
You know about that?
Are they going to film a Mission Impossible?
No, allegedly, he's gonna go to the ISS and film.
Oh my god. Okay.
Which
Look,
is cool as fuck if they do.
FA-18s and like done everything that you could possibly fucking want. Scientology is the answer, lads.
Yeah. Well, even then, you have to be Tom Cruise.
Yes.
Also, it's the whole him doing the stunts himself that have got Mission Impossible the recognition.
That's true.
Like half the actually 80% of the promotion of Mission Impossibles was Tom Cruise climbs a building. Tom Cruise hangs onto a plane for real. You know?
Yeah.
That's literally the marketing behind the movie. Is that the stunts are real?
Yeah. I love it. I reckon it's great. The fact he does his own stunts is great.
Service. And predictably, many other streaming companies, including Netflix, have jumped on the bandwagon, offering ad-supported tiers that cost about the same as what you were paying already. This kind of blatant corporate greed is exactly what drives people to look for alternatives. And when all streaming services are doing the same thing, the only alternative is piracy.
Well, pirating is stealing. We didn't steal it, okay? We just downloaded it.
No, the website is called moviepirate.com.
And the other one is called Free Movies / Arr.
I'm starting to see a little bit of a pattern here because I also use one called stolenmovies.free.
In recent years, Netflix has become increasingly concerned about how easily people can avoid paying for their service. In the competition section of Netflix 2024 annual review, piracy gets mentioned several times. Back when Netflix...
It's so funny that they're worried about people dodging paying. Like, what kind of fucking corporate entitlement is that? Go fuck yourself.
Infinite
first
growth.
launched...
Maybe you would have more membership if you didn't post pedo bait.
Its on-demand streaming experience had a major advantage over most pirate sites. The most common way to pirate something was with torrents, which required at least some technical know-how, and you had to wait for the content to download. Today, most pirate sites offer on-demand streaming with a user experience that's virtually identical to Netflix, but with more content and...
It's true. The website that I used was exactly like this. It had a user interface. It had an account that you could make, and you could store videos that you want, shows, animes, movies, all of it. Great. And then they voluntarily shut it down. Motherfuckers. They basically said when they shut it down, we've been doing this a while. We've given people a lot of free content. Go pay the anime. Go pay for anime. I don't think they gave a shit about movies and TV, but specifically with the anime stuff. I agree.
No subscription fee. Netflix piracy concerns are valid. They are losing billions of dollars, but it's not like the company is anywhere close to collapsing.
Netflix losing money? I don't care.
In fact, despite doing everything in their power to piss off their own customers, like raising prices, introducing ads, and cracking down on password sharing, 2024 was one of their best years. It seems people have a surprising amount of loyalty to Netflix, even if the value proposition isn't always great. Subscriptions are incredibly sticky. Once you sign up for one, you're likely to stay subscribed. If Netflix was actually suffering considerably from piracy, then they would be much more aggressive in trying to shut down these illicit sites, but even then, new ones will inevitably pop up to take their place, so it's not really a long-term solution. If consolidation of streaming services isn't going to happen, then Netflix's only real path forward is to continue making high-quality exclusive content at a price point that makes people happy to pay for it. Judging by their recent growth in membership, it seems to be working for them, at least for now. The same can't be said for some of the other streaming companies. Ideally, we shouldn't be advocating for piracy because content isn't free to produce, so it shouldn't be free to consume either. However, in the current streaming landscape, even with an abundance of high-quality content, having to subscribe to multiple services at once just doesn't make a lot of sense. Piracy isn't going away. In fact, it will only intensify as these companies squeeze harder, driving consumers towards the very alternatives they claim to fight. The truth is simple. People don't pirate because they want to steal. They pirate because they're forced to, by inconvenience, outrageous prices, or content scarcity. And right now, streaming offers us all three. If these companies truly want to stop piracy, then they need to look in the mirror. because they're the ones causing it. So until they choose to fix the broken system that they themselves have created, it's a pirate's life for me.
Couldn't agree more. Great. Piracy.
All right, former Washington Post
I'm just
columnist,
doing
technology
some
reporter for the New York
tests.
Times, Daily Beast, and Business Insider, Taylor Lorenz, made a lot of headlines Sunday with her comments about the alleged United Healthcare CEO assassin, Luigi Mangione. Take a look.
So you're going to see women especially that feel like, oh my God, right? Like here's this man who's revolutionary, who's famous, who's handsome, who's young, who's smart. He's a
Oh, is this
person
the
that seems
series that
like this
Asmongold
morally
was
good
crying
man,
about?
which is hard to find.
Maybe.
Okay,
It was.
She claims she was just expressing the views of his supporters, but remember, just hours after the murder, she responded to a story about Blue Cross Blue Shield no longer covering
It's funny
anesthesia
because
for some full-length
Asmongold
surgeries, right?
was fucking that whole rant where he was reacting to that video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he's like, the only people who support Luigi are these girls. And the second episode is literally about Luigi and his female supporters. And I can't wait to hear him be mad about that.
Okay. Yes. Interesting. Turns out these websites that I was watching stuff on are hosted in Tonga. That's very interesting.
Writing, quote, and people wonder why we want these executives dead. Want them dead. She later tried to clarify her comments, but appeared to double down, publishing a piece on Substack that said in part, quote, if you have watched a loved one die because an insurance conglomerate has denied their life-saving treatment as a cost-cutting measure, yes, it's natural to wish that the people who run such conglomerates would suffer the same fate. Sunday's comments came roughly a week after she expressed disappointment in a post on X when she learned a tweet claiming Joe Biden had not died was not true. Remember, back in November, she posted saying, quote, Joe Biden is a war criminal who should never know peace. Technology, online culture journalist Taylor Lorenz is here to explain. All right.
Isn't she great?
Try to
Already
explain this to
smiling.
me. You feel
She's always
joy. Those are
smiling.
your words. That you felt joy over the murder of
I don't have
this
a mood
father.
for clowning
No,
right
those
now.
are the words
I would
you
like
use.
you
You can
to
shake your head all you want.
everybody that's clowning right now.
And we have the tape. We have the tape. And number
you
one,
should
then you go
play
on to
the
say,
full-
and people wonder why we want these executives dead. Then you posted an image of the Blue Cross CEO, Kim Keck. Now, let me ask you, what part of this United Healthcare CEO being a father and a husband don't you understand? And what part of you having a choice of what healthcare provider you choose to deal with or not do you not understand? Because you don't have to go with United. You don't have to go with Blue Cross.
So let me just be extra clear. Never did I say that I felt joy in his death. I said very explicitly, if you play the full segment, and actually people can watch that segment on my YouTube in full, not the edited version that Piers showed. I said that I felt joy, along with millions of other Americans, that the brutality of our healthcare system was finally being acknowledged. I believe that our current healthcare system is murderous, right? I mean, we have uninsured Americans with a 40% higher risk of death compared to insured counterparts.
Taylor,
Nearly
we could talk about
70,000
healthcare all
Americans
night,
die
but that's
each
not
year
the topic.
due to lack of health insurance.
Taylor, that's not the topic. If you can talk
She's
about
just- she's
healthcare,
not
I don't like
stopping.
the healthcare system either, and a lot of people have
But
experienced
it literally is
frustration,
the
like
topic.
you're saying.
She's
That, to me,
literally
is separate
saying,
and apart
actually,
from the
what I
debate
said was this.
of
Yeah, but Hannity doesn't care because he's got his.
Yeah,
got
but
his
he's
shit to
like,
do.
that's not the topic. No, Hannity, it literally is. You said she said this, and she's saying, actually, I said this. And he said, that's not the topic. Actually, it is. It is the topic. Because you said for her response on what she said, and she didn't say that. Wow.
praising, calling handsome, smart, intelligence, being joyful over the death and assassination of innocent people. And that's what your comments did. Your comments basically put your seal of approval on murder and assassination. And I'm trying to understand whether you like this guy, like the way he does business or not, you're advocating and putting a smiley face on assassination. And I'm trying to understand what is in your soul that doesn't understand he's a father
Well, you
and,
see,
a,
Sean,
and a,
I
a-
like to
a
murder
husband
babies.
here. What are you missing? There seems to be a missing chip with you.
Sean, if you'd like to hear, I will need to talk in order to explain.
I don't want the
But as I said-
rationalization. I want you to think about what you said. Explain
Oh, I know
what
exactly
you said.
what I said. Again, I'm attempting to right now, so I'd ask you to please give the space and try to listen here. As I said once again, never did I say I felt joy that this man died. I said again that I felt joy that millions of Americans or millions of really wealthy Americans and privileged Americans are forced to wake up to the reality that nearly 70,000 Americans die each year due to lack of health insurance. I do feel joyful that that
you're
is an
back
issue
to
that's
the
being talked
healthcare
about.
debate. Why would any human
That's
being with
what
a
she
conscience
said,
and soul
Sean.
be joyful over an assassination of any person? Why would anybody be
No one-
joyful over that?
Well, actually, that's a good question. Why don't I explain?
It's a great question.
The other clip, so the other clip that you played is not me saying my own beliefs. I have quite different beliefs from that. What I'm describing, and if you watch the full segment, not just the clip, you'll see that I'm describing the mentality of these fangirls that show up outside Luigi's court and show up outside his jail cell. Those girls are not me, okay? We have very separate belief systems, but I was describing how they believe. And now let me explain to you why people in America feel this way. People in America feel this way, and they feel outraged because, again, every penny of the $22 billion in profit made by United Health was made at the expense and suffering of others. And that is violence. Our healthcare system is also violent. And that is a violence that people in the mainstream media, such as yourself, continue to refuse to acknowledge. So if you're going to talk about death and violence, it's
Taylor,
crucial
if you
to talk
wanna
about the death
criticize
and
the
violence
healthcare system,
of our healthcare system. Pardon?
There's a better way than saying that Luigi Mangione is a revolutionary who's famous, handsome, young, smart,
That
and
is what
seems
those
like he
people
and
believe. That is
seems
what those
like he
people
hold
believe.
on and seems like he's a morally good man. If you want to have legitimate criticism, you could write an intelligent piece saying, here is what's wrong with America's healthcare system. Like, for example, I want healthcare savings accounts. I would like to see more of the use of telemedicine. I believe in healthcare cooperatives. I know one that works. Josh Umber, Atlas MD, average person, 24-hour concierge care, $50 a month. There are better ways to do it. That's a legitimate debate. But that's not how you're saying it. You're saying it in ways that are sympathetic to the people that are taking action.
I'm describing
handsome,
the
good-looking.
belief
This is why
system
people
of his
are happy and
supporters.
joyful.
I'm describing the belief system of his supporters, Sean.
Why don't you condemn them?
Hello?
Do you condemn? Will you say that anyone that praises this guy is lacking a soul, a conscience, and a heart? Do you agree with that statement?
Well, what I will say, Sean, once again, is that I
just
believe in
asked
free
you a very
speech.
direct question. Will you say that anyone that's praising this guy doesn't have a soul, a conscience, and a heart?
I don't believe in things like, religious things like souls
I'm
and
not
all of these
asking
things.
about religious. If you can't have
You're asking me
sympathy
to judge
for a
whether
dead
someone has a
father and
soul.
husband, do you lack a conscience, a soul, and a heart? That's a simple question. You're
See,
a smart
the
woman.
issue with a lot of
let me
these
respond to
fucking
you, Sean.
like web conference call things is that if you're a host on the direct mic, you can just talk over the guest the whole time, like Hannity's doing, and it fucking cuts her out.
Ah, interesting.
Like we experience this when we do interviews and stuff, especially if someone isn't wearing headphones.
Yes. Interesting. So you reckon he's using it as a tactic?
Yes, they know that it
Scummy.
fucking dips her out, and he can just talk over her.
Scummy.
I believe that every one of the 70,000 Americans that die each year because of lack of health insurance also
You're back
has a
to
heart.
healthcare
Those
and
are
not
human
answering my
beings.
question. I've done this 29 years, Taylor. Answer the question. If you think it's
yeah.
okay and you celebrate assassination, are you lacking a conscience, a soul, and a heart?
I think once again you're conflating me explaining
I'm not
the
conflating
ideology
it.
of the women that
You
show
are trying
outside.
to rationalize them.
Oh my
If
God,
you
Sean, shut the
support
fuck
assassination,
Yes, I think it's
answer,
important.
Taylor, answer the question. If you support
Again,
assassination of innocent people, are you lacking a conscience, a soul, and a heart? Simple question. Go.
I believe that the assassination of innocent people, if we want to talk about the assassination of innocent people, I believe that the tens of thousands of Americans that die each year because of the lack of health insurance, that is, to me, a violence in itself. That is assassination. These health
I'm willing
insurance.
to have that discussion with you, but we can't have that discussion until
Well,
you
can't
say
have a discussion when you're not willing to
for
hear,
example,
Sean, what my beliefs are,
will
and you continue
condemn
to
people that have been committing acts of. Do you condemn the people that?
I fucking hate this conservative line of questioning where they're like, "Do you condemn? Do you condemn? Do
Just
you
wait what
condemn?"
she said. You're
Shut
gonna
the
love what she
fuck
says
up.
to him.
Like I couldn't not tell him to shut the fuck up.
Well,
I
she
couldn't
would
sit
never
here,
do that
have him
because
talking over me.
Taylor's big thing is the I care about free speech more than you. Like that's her number one tactic with dealing with the conservative outrage against her.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
she
me
would never
personally,
tell
I would
somebody
just-
to shut up.
Yeah, see,
I love that she was like,
be very aggressive.
if you would respect the space and maybe try to listen.
Tried to assassinate Donald Trump, or
Like, I think if someone went onto Hannity's show and he kept doing this and they were like, "Can you just shut the fuck up and let me talk?" It would go crazy viral.
or would it be a good thing in your mind? Or would you understand why people want to kill him, or understand why people want to kill Elon Musk? Do you understand them too? Are they handsome people
So I
too?
think-
Smart people?
Well, so let me actually talk to you a little bit about that. So I cover violent extremism. I've witnessed violent extremism for many different factions, right, of the political system. If, for instance, somebody shows up and shoots an abortion provider dead, I want to understand their ideology. I'm a reporter. I want to understand their belief system, and I want to understand what led them there.
This is
Now,
why
let
I
me
like
tell you
Taylor.
something, because it's interesting you bring
Okay,
up the
but is
assassination
that
of Donald Trump.
if you resort to violence and you kill innocent people, aren't you lacking a conscience, soul, and a heart?
No, and I'll give this answer.
I would have
'cause
just
I'm sure
asked,
she'll say the same thing.
Do you support police? Do you support the
That's
military?
It's very whataboutism, though. But
yeah,
it's a
but
perfect
I mean,
tactic
yeah, she.
for
That's the thing, is
conservatives.
she wouldn't do that either.
Yeah.
She's such a good faith individual.
Yeah.
But just because she reports on extremism, she has to be the fucking enemy of the far
Yes.
right.
Of course. Like with the Luigi thing, right? It's a
Like,
bit
would you
different to
rather
the
have
Tesla
a piece
scenario.
of shit report
Sorry?
on this, or somebody's gonna treat you fair and honestly? You know, and that's
Yeah.
like with the insurgent groups and stuff. Like, everyone else was asking them if they fucking condemn ISIS and shit. It's like, I already know these guys are fighting ISIS. Like, why would I
this
be
is
asking
irrelevant.
them how they feel about ISIS when they're already fighting him? And their main concern was Assad.
Yeah. Like, it's fucking crazy. But like with Luigi, like, for people not to understand the motivations, like, agree with it or not, to understand the motivations, you need to understand and you need to sympathize with the fact that these fucking CEOs are prioritizing corporate profits and their own paycheck over people's lives. And with the Tesla thing, it's not the same, but it's similar, because you've got Elon Musk, an unelected bureaucrat, exactly what MAGA is fucking crying about the administrative state. So it's like, okay, so you believe this, but you are highlighting, prioritizing, and celebrating Elon Musk, the same thing that you don't like, going into your government and robbing you blind. He's gained $200 billion of net worth in the 4 months that Donald Trump has been president. That's fucking crazy. So we've got this guy, the world's richest man, being put into power to rob you blind, to enrich himself. Donald Trump has taken away all forms of recourse. He doesn't listen to the courts. The politicians aren't doing what they're supposed to do. They don't listen to you. They don't care. They're more interested in doing Chuck Schumer shit, except for the few Democrats that are going to El Salvador and actually doing something. How does this track? It doesn't track at all. So like, it just, I don't know. And then it's like, oh, why are people destroying Teslas? There's no recourse left. Where are they going to go? The police? What are the police going to do? They're going to go to the state? The state's doing this. The world's richest man is stealing people's money and putting it into his own pocket. The only way to hurt this guy is to attack his pocket. Why do you think people are attacking Teslas? Again, moral question is not here. Why do you think that that's happening? Do you think it's out of desperation or because they're terrorists? We all know what the conservatives think.
What's so hard?
Well,
Why
so
can't
it's
you
really-
answer that question?
Well, once again, when you talk about souls, that's not really my specialty. But what I do specialize in is extremism.
Obviously.
We are at a time right now.
By the way, I
we
would
are at
say
a time
that's
right
obvious.
now. Okay, thank you. Well, we are at a time right now when we're witnessing actually one of the biggest memes on the internet right now is about assassinating Trump and Elon. These are posts with millions of likes that are advocating for the assassination of
Okay,
the president.
simple question.
That is a sign
Do
of
you
a very
condemn that?
unstable democracy.
Can you take a
So
moral
my
stand
point
and
is
condemn
that?
that?
What I condemn is the violence of our system, and I would love for you to acknowledge that.
I'm not asking you to condemn the system. Do you Taylor,
Oh my
do
God.
you condemn people that call for a
This guy thinks he's the smartest fucking guy in the world. I guarantee it. Like, this guy talks to his mates and goes, I'm a Fox News host. I get all my information delivered to me. I'm a pundit. I know more than you. But realistically, this is all you do. You go, can you condemn this while not actually making any real statements? How is this guy on TV? That's the real question.
Gosh, you're going to ask if I condemn Hamas next. This is crazy. I would love for you to acknowledge what I'm actually saying, Sean, and we seem to
there
be
you
talking
go.
past each other. I want to talk about the
No,
fact that
I'm-
half of all
I hear
adults
you
are
loud and
working
clear.
She literally did the
because of
what
cost.
you were
We need to
literally
talk about the
criticizing.
70% of Americans, by the way, believe that the
Remember how I
insurance
was
company
like, just
practices
wait,
are
keep
responsible
watching. Watch what she says.
in part for Thompson's death. These are
You
not
want
signs of a
to
time
put a
questioning.
rationalization. I am
Holy shit. Look at the coming up. The bottom right corner.
Yeah. Oh, Riley Gaines. I was like, Games and who?
Oh boy.
in part for Thompson's death. These are not
Man, people really been turning on her. Her comment
she-
sections are just
she looks like Charlie
you came
Kirk."
fifth.
signs of an
you
unhealthy.
want to put a rationalization. I am saying anybody that wants to assassinate any
want
innocent
to
person is wrong.
understand why
I don't care if it's
we
a
need-
Democrat or Republican or a father or a husband, and I speak that is a simple truth that anyone with a heart would.
He keeps saying
It's not
anybody
true
with a
though,
heart.
because they celebrate people dying. Conservatives
Yeah.
celebrate people dying more than anyone.
They love it. Like, this is such a lie. I don't know how people watch Fox News and believe this shit.
Would easily
If
say
you
on
want to
national
prevent
TV
further
that
deaths,
you're having
Sean,
a hard time
if
with.
If you want to prevent further deaths and you don't want gun violence in the street, which I think we both are aligned in wanting, right? We want peace. We do not want violence in this country, no matter what side of the political aisle it's coming from. You need to understand motives and you need to understand the ideology that people
Yep.
have. And that is what
Why
my
don't you
job
first
is.
start
is
with
to
the
try-
basics? I'm going to help you out. Why don't you
Oh my
first
God.
condemn those that want to be involved in assassination and stop talking about them being handsome and smart and intelligent and
I'm not, I didn't
you know,
say that I
you said
believe that.
morally upright.
I am describing
Like, these people are... They're just dumb.
Like, all she should say is that she's a journalist and she needs to stay unpartisan.
Yeah, but then he's gonna be like, but you said he was handsome and smart. Like, you can't win. The only way,
Like,
and this is my
she-
opinion.
And then when he says, I have no problem saying this, then she could be like, well, good to know that you're partisan and not unbiased like me.
His supporters who do
Like, I genuinely think the only way to deal with these fucking people is to just tell them to shut the fuck up. Don't even let them talk. Oh, Russia, shut the fuck up. Oh, China, shut the fuck up. Stick to your domestic politics. Shut the fuck up. Not even that. Stick to your conservative bullshit and stay the fuck away from people. You actual fucking parasites.
believe that, and I think it's very important. Just the way that I would try to understand the ideology
Will you
of,
condemn
for
his
instance,
supporters?
the people that march
last
and
question.
Unite the Right rally. I would try to understand the ideology of anyone that would advocate for violence in
Do
this
you
country, no matter
condemn
what
his
it is.
supporters?
Oh my god, he's not
Once
listening.
again, I believe in free speech. I believe in free speech. If they have not committed any crimes, his supporters are outside just saying things. They're not committing any sort of acts of violence.
You won't condemn his supporters. You won't say what they're doing is
Oh, so you're
repulsive.
not pro-free speech
Once again,
then?
Sean, I believe in free speech and the right to free expression. I seem to be in the
There's a
minority
difference
these days.
between assassination and speech. Do you condemn those that support violence and, in this case, praise
The music. They've been trying to
Hey.
play her out for the last minute.
Yeah. Hey, Sean. Supporting violence is free speech. Cope.
Do you support the military?
You asked again, the people that are showing up outside
we're
to
going
support
around in a
Luigi,
circle. I gotta
they're
go.
exercising their right
There's
to free
no hope.
speech. They're talking about the fact that over 320,000 people died from lack of health insurance in the first 2 years of the pandemic
Appreciate you
alone.
being with us.
These are things that we need to acknowledge if we ever want to
gotta
fix
go.
our system. We have a violent healthcare system, Sean, and it needs reform, and that's what we should be focusing on. That's the violence we should center.
And people that have a platform like yours should speak out loudly and clearly and unambiguously, and you won't do
Oh my
it.
god. She's
Appreciate you being
literally
on.
doing
Hey, Sean
that.
Hannity here.
She
Hey,
said
click-
more than you said in your entire career.
That's why she
in this one
posted
interview.
this clip on her channel. Like, this
Yes.
is her channel.
No, I use it's a Fox News one.
The one I sent?
No, I found the Fox News one.
Oh, I literally sent it from her channel. Which now you? Why would you watch it when she had it? You fucker.
It was 2 minutes longer.
What?
This one.
Huh.
That's why I picked it.
Probably because of this ending title card.
Yeah, something like that, maybe. Well, then it's only 10 seconds. Maybe
Oh, they
she cut
showed
out
the clip in the
all the
beginning.
start bit. Yeah,
I think she may not
that's
have
what it
showed
was.
that.
Yes, she probably just cut it straight from to the interview, so we got a bit of
Mhm.
context. Okay. Why I left Task and Purpose?
It's
He
gonna
said
be
he
because
left-
they're woke.
Well, he said he left Task and Purpose on April Fool's, so I wasn't convinced.
Welcome to the first episode of Cappy Army, where I'm
Terrible
excited
name.
to bring you my average soldier's perspective
Why would
on
you call it
wars,
this?
weapons,
I guess maybe
and
because if you put army in the
geopolitics.
title,
You know, for the past 6
it's good keywords.
Maybe. It is what he called the viewership, though. So it makes sense.
It makes sense to call
years
viewers
I've been
that.
reporting these
Yeah, but for a channel, I don't know. But
Yeah, I don't think it's a
whatever.
good name.
videos out of my house
I
here,
imagine he'll
and the
change
whole
it.
time I felt very strongly that this show was built in close collaboration with the feedback you guys sent in the comments section about what you love to see. So I need to start by saying I am so grateful for your support and the trust that you've given me over the years. And it's the reason why I think you guys...
It's going to be very interesting to see whether his quality maintains the Task and Purpose level. That'll be interesting.
Well, the question is, so if he took a pay cut or a pay raise from this, right? So the Task and Purpose had other overhead, right? It's just like manufacturing in China for certain parts of your business, you know?
Yeah.
They have the tools for it. right? So when you have all these people working on different things, they can also put time into the YouTube channel, even though if you hired that same title, like an editor just for your YouTube videos, like the total cost of the show would probably eventually be more expensive than Task and Purpose. But then again, he said he was shooting and editing it all himself.
Yeah.
So I don't see why it would decrease in quality, even if he didn't have producers or something. Because if it truly was him on his own, like that's the thing with
editing and research as well.
Like Brett Kruper, like she had a lot of people behind her, but like I heard new show is probably better. I haven't watched too much of it, and I don't really remember what I did watch and who it was about.
Fair enough.
But she has a new team with her too.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm wondering. Does he have a new team? Did he take people with him? Is it just him? Who does the research? I have so many questions.
A full explanation of what all happened behind the scenes, now that I can finally speak freely. In this video, I'm going to explain to you guys why I left Task and Purpose. I also want to tell the story of how the channel grew to 2 million subscribers. And then we'll get into what you can expect from this new chapter. But to fully appreciate where we're going, I want to tell you guys the unlikely story of how we got here. The way I started working for Task and Purpose was back in 2019. I was working at a tech company creating kind of what I felt like were soulless marketing videos about internet routers. As you can imagine,
I've
not
completed
exactly my dream job, but that's what
I needed to test. My conclusion is that they changed the moon in the title screen to the moon in the second game for continuity. And it was probably something that they did on the 3DS version itself.
That's what you were doing?
Yeah, you have to get outside the first dungeon to see the sky.
Oh, you were playing a game.
So I just was running through the first dungeon so I could I wanted to make sure it was the correct version if I was going to make you play it.
Oh, is that what the little things that you go into and throw the explosive ball and shit in Breath of the Wild? Are they the dungeons?
What? Oh. Yeah.
The little sweaty ball?
Sure.
I don't play Zelda, I don't know the terminology.
No, Breath of the Wild is a much different game, to be honest.
I kind of like
There's actually a few different types of Zelda games, which is kind of cool, because you're just talking about Pokemon, right? And how they should fucking have different things. So the first and second Zelda are completely different games. The second one is the only one that's like the second one. The second one's actually a side-scroller, but it's not great, and it's notoriously difficult, and nobody liked it. Yeah. So then the third one is back to a top-down isometric view.
Yeah, okay.
And then then the fourth one is this one, and it's the first one that's third person. But at the same time, they still make top-down ones, right? So like the Game Boy titles were all isometric as well in the old style.
Yeah, okay,
and
that's
so
kind of interesting.
The GameCube and Nintendo ones were more in this type of style. But that also, like, how you go about designing the game is different depending on if it's isometric or third person, you know? And I just watched something the other day where they were talking about making the Breath of the Wild, and I don't remember exactly how they phrased changing it.
Wasn't it a Wii U game initially?
It might have been developed for it. I'm not sure if it came out on it.
Because I only played Breath of the Wild on the Switch, but I'm pretty sure it was re-released for the Switch.
I don't know about that.
quote me. I'm pretty confident about this one.
I know that the one before it was designed for GameCube.
Okay.
But they ported it to Wii.
Maybe it was that one then.
Huh?
Maybe it was that one then.
Yeah, that one's interesting too because the character in Zelda always holds the sword in his left hand.
The character.
And since the Wii remote went in your right hand, and they wanted to make it the sword and the shield, they actually took the game that was on GameCube and flipped everything.
Amazing.
So it's actually a mirrored version of the GameCube game.
That's pretty cool, honestly.
But it led to this theory because, like, to learn new attacks, you find this. There's lore that we'll get into, but basically, when people get lost in the forest, they become different things. And if they're an adult, they become a Stalfos, which is like a skeleton warrior who's immortal. You, like, can't die. And the hero who teaches you your strikes is like a skeleton. And so people think like it's the character from the game before, and they're like, he's left-handed and this one's right-handed. And it's like, yeah, but he was originally left-handed, so your theory is kind of bunk there, you know? It doesn't really matter that your character is right-handed. Like, it still holds up that the skeleton who teaches you the moves is left-handed, but why wouldn't he be?
That's fair. Okay. It wasn't.
Okay, so click this link.
Link?
That I sent you, and download that folder.
Okay.
Once again, I did all the work to set it up so it would just work for you.
Great.
So once you download that folder, just run the exe and just see if it boots for you.
I don't know what that means.
The executable application in there. The .exe.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that what exe means?
No.
It means executable. Now it just means application. Bro, you probably never had to fucking even know that you would need to, like, learn to code just to get a game to run on your computer. Those were the days, huh?
Useful skill.
You had
I
to be
saw
like
the veteran-owned
run
website.
exe and type the exact file path. I mean, they came with manuals to get them working. And, like, even before my time, it was even worse.
Yeah.
We had this game, I never learned how to make it work, and I don't know what the game was. And I guarantee you I go back and it's because it's not actually a PC game. It's like Commodore 64. That's another part of it. Like, how are you supposed to know what a Commodore 64 is? That it's not just your regular PC, you know?
That is true.
Or an Amiga.
I really want to find
that was Arkanoid. A little before my time.
Yeah, I really want to find the Arkanoid that I played as a kid, because I've never been able to find an Arkanoid that plays better than that game.
Well, if you knew the year, it's probably easy.
Well, I don't know the year, that's the problem. I played it on a family friend's computer.
Yeah, what
so
year was it, though?
Oh, fucking, like, 90s, dude, like, years ago, decades. Because, like, all the Brick Breaker games is what Arkanoid is. But all the Brick Breaker games suck. I fucking love Brick Breaker games.
Yeah, it's crazy how many
Task
porn games are just Brick Breaker, you know?
Yeah, yeah. I had a in high school.
Not that
I had
I've
this
played
one-
any of those.
Yeah, in high school,
I've
I
just
had
seen
this
them.
this one game where you would catch bottles of beer in a crate, and a chick would take off her clothes as you progress. It's very funny. There was a redhead, a brunette, and a blonde. I think it was a Czech beer. It was Pilsner Urkel. I think that's a Czech beer. The German will probably know. I don't know if anybody else knows about this game, but I had it on a flash drive.
Purpose posted a job opening looking for a video producer. It sounded too good to be true. I reached out to Patrick Baker for an interview, and he gave me a shot. We would make these funny skits and toss them up on the Task and Purpose Facebook page. Then we'd fly around the entire country, filming advertising spots that would actually pay the bills. We're still friends to this day. I owe Patrick a ton. Right from the start, working at Task and Purpose wasn't just a job
Okay,
for me.
Jack, what do you
It was
think
the
of
culmination of
this picture?
That's pretty close. That's not quite
Okay.
it, but that's pretty close. Old, newer than that. Sorry, that's very old. It might have been Arkanoid 2000.
If it was called Arkanoid, that's easy because there's only a few. It's like a mainline series.
I know. Okay, it wasn't Arkanoid 2000. That seems to be a console version.
Well, it might have been a PC port.
Possibly.
So that might be the Nintendo version of the screenshot that I just showed, not the PC version.
That looks very familiar. This is too old.
Well, yeah. So that one right there, the one I just showed you, right? That's Arkanoid Returns, but it's probably. I mean, it came out on PlayStation.
This one, yeah.
Yeah.
The one I'm talking about.
That's
is
in the
definitely
time
not a
frame you're
console
talking
game.
about. So it could, and if it's older than this, it would be Arkanoid Do It Again. Revenge of Doe is the one before that. That's from the 80s. So it's either Arkanoid Do It Again or Arkanoid Returns.
There it is.
That's just regular Arkanoid.
Is it? Okay.
Right there, yes. That's just the original.
I explicitly remember that bar.
I mean, that's in all of them.
Tato?
I think you're probably thinking of Do It Again. DOH It Again.
Possibly. Possibly. It was so fucking long ago.
Yeah, it's probably the PC port of that one.
Okay.
two of my lifelong obsessions. The military and storytelling are the
It's
two
funny
things I've
because
always been obsessed with in my life.
The one
Some of-
after that is the one you said looked too old because the fucking like the PlayStation 1 console area I think is the least respected. Like most people think that it looks worse than this generation before it because it's like the jump to 3D. So everyone thinks that generation is the ugliest.
Well, I mean, I can see the argument. I would just
And you'll
give
like
them the
show
benefit of
kids
the doubt.
games from that generation and they'll think it's old, but if you put them with a Super Nintendo game, they'll think it's newer than the other one.
Interesting. I mean, it's I mean, I grew up on the PlayStation 1, Spyro, Crash Bandicoot, Croc. I'm gonna get a Croc tattoo eventually. I get a
What the
bunch of
fuck? You
gobos.
sending fucking zip files here? Sending Star Wars Dark Force. Do you know about Dark
Suggested,
Forces?
I've got a touch of the tiz
It's
and
a
a
pretty
bit of the
fucking-
riz. When I
it's
was
like-
6 years
Imagine Star Wars, but it's kind of like a Doom style game.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, yeah, it's very good, but it is funny because it's the age of it. Some of the stuff, because it's first person, some of the
Yeah.
stuff looks a little janky.
Okay.
But I played the Shadows of the Empire. That game is fucking horse shit. It's one of those really fucking unnecessarily hard games. And it's the main reason it's hard is because the controls for the first gen 3D games are so dog shit. Did the executable work when you downloaded it?
It's still downloading, I think.
Wow, it shouldn't take that long to download. It's only a few megabytes. It's like, not even that. It's like kilobytes.
Sorry, one minute.
old, I discovered the best way to express the weird thoughts in my head to others was through video. Because unlike in life, video editing, I could cut out all the parts that didn't make sense. It was like magic to me. I wouldn't say I was
he's an
sheltered
editor
growing up on
first.
Long Island, but flying to Florida was about the extent of my worldliness. So in 2008, I dropped out of my first year of college when I was 19 years old to enlist in the US Army as an infantryman. Then I deployed right to Iraq. I wanted to support my country and find out the truth about the war for myself with my own eyes. But once I got there, instead of finding the answers that I was looking for, I only seemed to run into a never-ending series of new questions. I wanted to know why the two Iraqi towns outside our outpost were shooting at each other and also trying to kill us at the same time.
I know!
Why were we capturing bomb makers who came in from Syria but were funded by money coming in from Iran? My squad leader told me, shh, don't worry your pretty little head about such things. Back then, I couldn't check on YouTube for a rundown on the topic. The only information available was what you heard on the big news networks, and they really only gave you 2 points of view, and you were lucky if you got that. And I remember thinking, I wish I could create a show that would try to answer these questions Barney style, dumbed down so someone like me could understand. Once I got back home from Iraq,
Like I said,
finished
his
college,
Syrian
I worked in
Civil War
television for-
video, I think might be the best one.
Okay.
Like he literally is, like he's literally using like a map.
Okay.
Like a live map, like a live conflict map, and is like straight up the whole time open to like, if I'm wrong about this, like please let me know.
Yeah, I mean that's how you should be.
But it was really well done. And like it even pointed out information narratives and stuff, I think.
Yeah.
A few years, then marketing for some tech companies before landing at Task and Purpose, where I was finally able to combine these two loves in my life. And I am just beyond...
But I couldn't believe it. So I had somebody denying Butcher, right? I tagged you in it. I tagged you in the post.
Oh, yeah. That's what I
bro,
saw. I didn't really look at it.
Wild.
I just
Wild.
went on.
So there was a guy
I can't be
using it
bothered.
as like... Yeah, that's fair. There was a guy using it as like the crutch of his argument that Butcher didn't happen. And I'm just like, oh man. Boy. And I got to the point... And that's how I found that video from Radio Free Europe, right? And I post the video, I post the screenshots, I post all that stuff, and then he demands direct evidence of Russia putting bullets in the people's heads, and then he's like, Russia was gone. The bodies turned up on the 4th, and I'm like, are you that stupid that you don't understand that people would be analyzing the photos? that people wouldn't release it straight away, that there's an investigation. Like, what? How fucking stupid are you to believe this shit? Like, oh, okay, Russia was there, Ukraine regained Butcher, and then satellite images turned up.
It fucking pisses me off that if you don't explicitly exit out of the manually pin thing after selecting it, it just assumes you didn't select it.
Great. Awesome user interface. And then, like, I looked through what they were saying as well. It's just screenshots of Twitter, and it looks like it's not evidence. And for people to be like, oh, this is the evidence, coming from an account that says, I post what they don't say on the mainstream media with a Russian flag, probably not information you should be listening to.
Why is it not pinned down?
Appreciative to them for giving me that opportunity. When I started working there in 2019, the Task and Purpose YouTube channel had 800 subscribers, and nothing had been uploaded on there in months. I asked if I could start uploading videos into the YouTube channel, and since no one said no, I took that as a yes. That's
Based.
not usually a
This
good
guy's
idea.
so
That's
cool.
not life advice. They say talk about what you're passionate about, so at first I talked about firearms. It was by no means an instant success. The YouTube videos I was making were only getting like 200 or 300 views, but the founder of Task and Purpose, Zach Iskell, didn't give up on me. Zach was a Marine infantry officer, a veteran of Fallujah, and in my eyes, he's a certified badass and outstanding leader. Task and Purpose gave me the opportunity to learn the whole YouTube process from start to finish, from researching to writing, shooting, and video editing to creating thumbnails and posting them. It was a scrappy startup environment where having the freedom was exciting for me. And there wasn't much money to invest in the show or get a video team yet, but that was soon about to change. Covering the XM7 rifle, the NGSW replacement for the US Army's M4 made the channel explode in growth to over 100,000 subscribers. I was so passionate about that topic. I still am. I want troops to get the best possible firearm replacement. These were exciting times. It felt like nothing could go wrong.
That was a really good video. His video was exceptional on it.
Yes, it was.
But it makes sense because he's an editor first.
Yeah.
Like, my background is also in editing because I was making dumb videos on Windows Movie Maker when I was a kid, you know?
That's fair.
And then, like, you could only have one audio track, you know? And so then I started wanting to do sound effects, but I could only manage one audio track.
Mm-hmm. No,
it's like I can't have music and my voiceover, you know? Bullshit.
Then COVID hit. The office was shut down for good, which meant I had to start working remotely, shooting the YouTube videos out of my tiny one-bedroom apartment in Queens, New York City. It was fine by me. I was lucky to even have a job. My girlfriend at the time, Caitlin, who's now my wife, put up with me taking over the entire living room with the green screen and the cameras and the lighting for hours every day, turning that crammed space into a full production studio. I still don't think
Why are you using a Blackmagic?
Why not?
That's such an absurd camera for it.
Nah.
Like, obviously they're good cameras.
Great.
They're fantastic. Like, if I was to buy a cinema video camera, it would be a Blackmagic Pocket 4K thing.
I mean,
like,
that's why he's using it. But you see, he's
like,
got the prompter on it too. So it's probably their Ursa series.
Okay.
If you look up Blackmagic Ursa, it's literally they were doing really well in cinema. So they fucking started developing actual news cameras for news companies, and that's the Ursa line. And that's probably what this is.
Well, this looks very expensive.
They are. But they're specifically made for broadcasting.
Well, this should be our first investment.
An Ursa?
Sure, why not? That's great. We probably don't need the 12K. We can probably get it cheaper.
No. Look, I still have a fucking Look, if I was to go out today, I wouldn't even upgrade my 5D. Like
No?
my 5D Mark II is fantastic. The only thing that I would possibly like to have is more settings where I can do frame rates, because it only comes with 30 or 24 on the camera.
Oh my god, they're 10 grand.
Also, like, the card is what matters. The video cards I use, right? They're like, a lot of cameras move to SD cards.
Yeah.
Fuck off. SD cards are garbage. You know how easily the pins get scratched on there?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I forgot what the actual, like, I think they're called compact flash cards, right? But they're like plastic multi-pins, and you can bend the pins if you shove it in wrong. But it's a multi-pin protected dockable card, right?
Okay.
And that's what professionals use. You know, like, if you give me an SD card, fuck off. But those cards, the compact flash cards, you can get ones that are really, really fast that can like do like 4K and 3D, right?
Yeah, okay.
And so, like, if you buy cards that are too slow, you're like and like it will stop because it will get backed up on the data upload. So like my slower cards, I could only film for 15 minutes. So like when I was on a shoot, a lot of times I'd have my laptop with me and just be desperately dumping my fast cards because they'd all be like getting filled up so fast. And then I would be having to like shoot on my like shitty slow card that came with the camera. And like the only thing that I bought that literally wasn't native is I had a few Chinese batteries.
Okay.
And they didn't tell you how much battery life was left because they weren't.
Great.
Because that's the whole point of Canon, is all their lenses and batteries and shit integrate and talk to each other.
So this one is $1,500. That's like just as like an entry level. That's what I would get. Because my camera is technically just a
the thing is
camera.
so the old Blackmagics, they weren't trying to look like DSLRs. They were literally.
Yes, they weren't.
So like that's the reason why I would get a DSLR over a Blackmagic, is because I had the photo option as well.
Okay. I mean that's a fair option. I mean that's why I'm looking at the Olympus, the OMD one.
Like
because it
I
can do
think
both.
you should buy a camera that was buy a 5D Mark III. I shoot on a Mark II, and
like
it's
a professional body camera.
It's still just as good as it. Like, there's no reason for me to upgrade. It's why? Like if
Like
I needed to shoot higher than, like, that's the thing is like shooting in 4K for news. No. You don't need that shit. Get fuck out of here with that shit. Like, I'm not
like
shooting cinema, you know?
Yeah. Because the Olympus, the other thing that got me, because while I was traveling,
the thing is that they stopped selling those old cameras just to justify nude sales.
Yes.
Because the price should just be lower. Like, I wonder what an original...
But the Olympus was attractive to me because it's compacted. It's a 3/4. I think it's a 3/4 lens. I don't think it's a full size lens, and I think it's mirrorless as well.
How much are these?
Right
the
here.
Olympus? No, these ones right
these?
here.
The 4K one is $1,600.
Okay. You can get reds as low as $3,000 now.
Really?
Like, you have to... They're, like, old ones, right?
Yeah.
So, like, this is the Red Dragon here, which was the, like, smaller
this is
one.
probably $1,000
Also,
US.
Canon lenses mount on red.
Okay.
But, like...
Because this is probably $1,000 American.
You know, so, like, they shot Inception on this shit, and you can get them for $3,000 now. Like, why would you be buying a new camera? Is Inception not good enough for you? Is that quality not good enough? What are you actually getting with these new cameras?
Oh, look, studio cameras. Cool. There's the broadcast one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Very cool. I like cameras. Cameras are cool. But the Olympus one I looked into because it gave me both options, but also was compact, and the Olympus lenses are really small and good. So I'm very tempted to just get one of those.
Why are you playing?
Turning that crammed space into a full production studio. I still don't think I've fully regained my sanity from those days.
We have like no
you can
viewers
see
today.
the
I
green
bet
screen
it's
goes
because
all
our
the way over
audience
my
is
bed
watching
here in the back
Moon.
of this photo.
If I go
there
in
was
there
nothing to do. We were locked in.
and look at her chat.
What do you mean? We have
Cal's
8
gonna
people.
be in there. On Twitch, I'm looking.
Yeah.
So I'd work through the night and into the weekends, researching and writing new episodes. I was still
So it is him researching. Interesting.
completely broke, so I moved back in my dad's apartment on Long Island for a couple of months to save money. I slept on my dad's futon, drove his old Toyota Camry around, and filmed episodes in his living room. You can see his shelf back there with his Popeye toy on it. I didn't care at the time though. The joke was on them. I would have gladly done it for free. I was doing what I loved. But the channel entered a new era when I started talking about geopolitics and conflict analysis. We tackled the US forces' withdrawal from Afghanistan, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the October 7th attacks. The input from you guys in the community shaped the kind of topics that I chose to cover and the tone of the show. Our relationship, commenting back and forth to each other in the comment section, is what helped drive me. Because seeing you guys like the videos and engage with them,
It wouldn't be that much, would it?
No, I actually just deleted it from my computer. Why was
is
the
what
demo on my
motivated
computer?
me.
Did
It's
I
what
play
made
it?
me want to say,
Yeah, you did. I might have as well. Let me check. Hi, boily. There we go. It's struggling.
Here, I'll buy it right now.
Let's see. Hidden games. Oh well, it's not on mine.
Hua in the most unironic way. It was at this point that I needed a spare bedroom as a dedicated studio space, so I
It's
moved out
something
to
that I'll
New Jersey,
play
deep into
on
the
an off
suburbs
day.
of New
Yeah.
Jersey, where I
Did
could
that
actually
executable
afford
work?
to pay for a bigger 2-bedroom apartment. On the plus side, the Everything Bagels were still banging. This is when Task and Purpose sold to new owners, and working with them was great at first. They invested in me and the success of the show. I was introduced to Matt Levin, the former CEO of Donut Media, who mentored me and taught me how to double production to 2 episodes per week. Jesse Wood and James Pumphrey, who are now over at Speed, always answered any questions I had about the fickle algorithm gods. Task and Purpose hired a video editor, Nate from Savvy Studios, to help out, and I was promoted to head of video and given full creative control over everything uploaded on the Task and Purpose YouTube channel. We added new members to the team during this time that were absolutely instrumental to the channel's success. All these guys actually asked to join me at Cappy Army when they found out I was leaving. This includes Mike Michaelides, who's the head creative producer and video editor.
Don't
Much of the
throw
look
these
and
people
feel
under
of
the
show
bus
is
like
thanks
that, saying they wanted to leave the original company with you. Unless they did, then it's fine.
to Mike's hard work. His insanely detailed map animations and graphics are just
He just goes
heckin'
to
awesome.
work and the boss
Diego
turns
Isach-
around the laptop, plays the video.
A researcher and himself a former service member. Armando Duarte Galan, former defense analyst and fellow hater of kamikaze drones. Justin Taylor, who's an active duty Bradley commander,
Oh,
and
this guy,
Syed Rahman,
Justin
a
Taylor's part of
powerhouse
their
of a video
crew?
editor.
He's great.
We
He's-
absolutely could not have accomplished what we did without this team's hard work. We have the Bradley commander and
I've
Syed
watched a
Rahman.
few of his
I don't know who
videos.
that is.
I've watched a few of his videos.
Okay.
He's the one who made
a
the video about the
powerhouse of a
cum.
video editor.
Great.
We absolutely could not have accomplished what we did without
what
this
it's called.
team's hard work and dedication. I'm so happy and relieved, really, that all these guys are joining me at Cappy Army now. Over the years, we created a...
Hey, I was I've been watching the view count on the Content Cop video, and it's doubled in a day, which is good.
Oh, ours?
Yeah. I still haven't done chapter markers.
Yeah, like I've been talking to Moon and just like, you know, like, I think we should do the TikTok live stream instead of Rumble.
Okay.
Because it's probably gonna net more viewers than Rumble. 'Cause Rumble
Sure.
isn't bringing shit, you know.
Yeah, I don't have a TikTok.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
getting a TikTok.
I wouldn't. That's the thing is before I was talking about getting somebody to cut TikToks, but to have an
I remember.
account that we just live stream to from a multi-stream, like I don't use Rumble, but we still stream on Rumble. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So just basically the same thing we're already doing with Rumble.
Okay. I mean, that works. We'll be able to bait China shills.
Mm-hmm. Just do constant anti-China content.
Your channel, add channels. Yep, TikTok is there. Instagram's there. Facebook, Kick, Telegram, Steam. Interesting. It's even Chinese ones.
A total of 500 episodes. You guys, I put everything I had into each and every video.
Have you told them what we're going to do with her? What game we've got?
Yeah. She's just. I need her Discord. Did you get it from her?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I added her to the group, but I'll do it now.
So send me her name on Discord so I can add her. So it's better to coordinate with her on Discord, she said. And if I'm actually coordinating with somebody on Discord, then it might make me use it.
Yeah. Give me a
Because
second.
like you said, like the reason why we still are doing Instagram is because it got into the habit of that's where we would look to see if Ace would be there.
Yeah, it's literally the worst option.
Yeah,
like
but
the
it's
amount
still,
of conversations we've
if I
lost.
want to get a hold of you, that's where I send a message, and that's as soon as that's where I'll get replies. If I send it
I
on
will
Twitter,
reply
I won't
anyway.
get replies.
Yeah, because my Twitter notifications are off.
Yeah, so that's the thing is that when I send it to Instagram,
I made a
that's
Slack and
where I
nobody
get
wanted to fucking
replies.
use it.
I used it.
It's such a
I
great
even
word,
made
but now
separate
the Discord's
channels
there,
to
it doesn't
post
matter.
to and shit. But nobody else wanted to use the Slack, which is why I didn't use it.
Yeah, because that's why nobody used it. Like, we need to be having something that's usable. Like, this is, like, the Discord is better. The Discord is great because we've got all the categories and shit. We can have
like I
conversations in
said-
certain things. It's great. It works like
I'll
the Slack,
use
but
whatever
it's just
I know will
unprofessional.
get replies.
Sure.
When it comes to organizing with the team. Because
And
it just
then all
doesn't
of that
make sense
conversation
to
is
not.
lost.
Like if
And
I
then
need a
all that
response to
conversation gets
something,
lost.
I'm gonna go where I get the response.
Sure. But for
Did
planning,
that
it's
executable
awful.
work?
No.
You downloaded it and it didn't work?
Yes, it didn't work. I'm also hosting and doing other things.
The whole team went hard. And seeing how much you guys liked the videos made it worth it for us. It's the thing I am most proud of in my
What did
entire
it
life.
say?
However, I knew I had a difficult decision to make. Because my contract at Task and Purpose was about to end. I had to decide if I wanted to accept their offer to stay on as head of video.
Okay, it seems to be
As soon as I got back from reporting on the front lines in Ukraine, I decided I had to leave. Why? When Task and Purpose sold from that little veteran-owned startup, the people working on the YouTube channel, our lives did not change. We didn't make it big for our hard work. I saw in the comments that a lot of people thought I owned Task and Purpose. I did not. I never did. I'll admit I was hoping the owners would see how much I was sacrificing and how I was willing to put literally everything on the line
So
for the
he
channel.
went to a war zone and said, I am not working for a corporation. I fucking understand, bro. I fucking get it. I totally understand this man. He's an editor first, went to a war zone and said, I need to leave this company.
We should email him and get him on the show. We should.
It won't happen.
I vehemently disagree.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the email won't happen.
Why?
Because I tell you to email people all the time and they don't happen.
You can email them. You have access to it.
And that they would see that and make me a partner in it, but that was never going to happen. I had a personal realization when I was on the front line getting
That's fucking crazy that he went to Ukraine, into Russia, for these guys, and they gave him nothing. That's ridiculous.
Held by Russian artillery, and in that moment, I realized that life is too short to not take a chance on yourself. Working for Task and Purpose, once they were owned by a private equity firm, became a very different experience for me. It was no longer the scrappy small startup that I loved experimenting at. Working for an equity firm meant the ability to take risks and cover new things that weren't a guaranteed smash hit became more difficult if I wanted to continue to hit their goals. The whole reason I got into the military and into video production was to take chances and learn. And once we got bought, I felt it becoming less and less about that for me. And after a few years under the new ownership, there started to be larger quotas for growth each year that I had to hit.
In this category,
I started having minimum viewership numbers.
Jack is here to do the writing. So it's literally his job to send the emails.
The booking is what you did.
Emails is not booking. Okay?
Fine.
And
find his email for me.
The
then.
reason
I'll
why
send him the fucking email now.
The reason why I did booking is not the same process of how you get emails and professional contacts. Like, and Ace also was able to do one. It's just a matter of how much time and effort I put into every single person and going about it the way I did. You know, it's kind of like how Elon Musk got those ladies pregnant. You know, first you got to comment on their post and see if they reply and then gauge and go in there. Like, I'm still constantly doing that. And
Did you see, talking about Elon Musk, just side tangent, did you see there was another streamer he contacted and she just exposed him, was like, hey, Elon jumped in my DMs, asked if he wanted to impregnate
No, there's
me.
a new article out.
Hilarious.
And there should be videos in there on it.
Interesting. Where is this article?
I think it's Wall Street Journal.
View email address. I am not a robot. Bus. Oh my god. Great. And it's a fresh email too, so it might actually have a chance of going somewhere.
I love all these fucking Hassan orbiters. Like, defending that terrible video and acting like it's actually upsetting Ethan. It's like, guys, it's just weird at this point.
Touch grass.
You're being
Grass is
too
cool.
obvious. People are going to see that it's an op.
That were higher each year that I needed to reach. If I didn't hit those numbers, the whole team lost their bonus.
I had somebody block me after one comment because I'm like, did you watch it? They weren't happy.
Even though the channel was already extremely profitable and got tens of millions of views, Not owning a company means I had absolutely no control over what those goals were and how the team was compensated for their hard work. The pressure for continued growth of the channel after reaching 2 million subscribers, it's reasonable for a company to want that, but I felt like if I wanted to go down that road, then I would have to make creative decisions that for me personally would have compromised the quality of the show. It would not have been good for Task and Purpose, me, or you guys. It would have felt like growth simply for the sake of growth, and I didn't start doing this for that. Ultimately though, this was not mine. I had no ownership over it. I felt like there was a whole part of the company separate from me that disagreed with my worldview that I shared on the YouTube channel, and they didn't like my content. Being the sole perspective on that channel and its face meant I felt like I had to answer for things that other parts of the company reported on that I disagreed with. That kind of situation was not going to be sustainable forever for them or for me. This is when I felt myself becoming bitter over the terms of the contract that the new owners offered. I felt like I was investing more and more into the show by having to scale up and increase the amount of spare bedrooms it required to run this growing operation out of my home, my growing family here, where I've always shot this show from. I turned half my home into a production studio. I felt like I wasn't seeing an equal return on investment in myself, and I'm sure they felt very differently. I'm not saying you should unsubscribe from Task and Purpose and stop watching them. They're good people. I really appreciate what they did for me. I owe so much to them. And it's part of the reason why I wanted to leave when I was still on good terms with them. Because that company gave me so many opportunities and was the greatest...
Stop making excuses for them. They fucked you over.
...professional experience of my life. Where I
like
met
that's the vibe I got from this video. He just got fucked over.
Well, also that thing about the bonuses. Like, that's such a shady thing that companies do, where it's like people's money and pay depends on your performance.
Yes. Scummy.
some amazing
I've
coworkers
worked in
and learned
small enough businesses where that actually was the case. When you're on sales, that's literally what the case is.
Yeah.
But also, like, I don't know who those people are.
Sure.
Like, I'm just here for the sales tour, bro.
People. And the thing is, I didn't want to mess all that up by writing it out, creating new episodes on there when my heart wasn't in it. I would have only been doing it for one reason. Because I was scared of losing you guys. And I was going to have to take on the risk of starting my own channel if I was going to get control over these decisions.
Okay. You instantly got 100,000 subscribers. People won't have realized you've left yet. When that happens, you'll get even more. Starting your own channel as a personality of a single channel is not a risk. You're going to take the audience. People don't watch it for task and purpose. People watch it for you. It's completely parasocial. But I understand.
It depends. It depends. So, like, you can really see the core, right?
Mm.
Like, the core dedicated audience obviously would follow you over.
It's like SourceFed. When SourceFed got bought, everybody left and nobody watches that channel anymore. Everybody left with the people who build the channel. And I think that's the way it should be done. Like, if channels get bought out, follow the creator. Don't fucking stay loyal to a channel.
So I made the difficult decision to not renew my contract as the head of video for them.
I mean,
I decided to start this YouTube channel.
If you're truly a Daily Wire fan and not a Brett Cooper fan.
True, but the Daily Wire is a different thing. Like, Task and Purpose
just saying.
Is him. So it's like, I mean, even in the video, like, if what he's saying is true, he built the channel up. It was him. It's his effort. It's his work. If I was him, I would have taken all my videos with me. But that's just me.
Can't.
No, I would imagine
they
not.
He doesn't own them.
Yeah, and that's the difference, right?
Channel, Cappy Army. It was important for me that my name be in there because After a while being under a brand name for so long, it starts to feel like it's hard to fully be myself when I'm under someone else's brand name. Here I can go invest my own resources into the look and feel of the show to improve the quality of the work. Sweet new animations, new lighting, new studio. These are things I've wanted to do for a long time now. My mission at Happy Army is to give you the information, my analysis,
So he was
my
building the
personal
studio
insights.
while he was still working there.
Makes sense. You wouldn't want to leave without a backup plan to be able to completely.
Yeah, so I wonder
transition straight
when they
away.
knew.
I wonder if he's pre-made videos behind the scenes that he didn't release for task and purpose.
From my experience as an Iraq veteran and a war correspondent, I'm going to get to do some of the things that really interest me the most, like on-the-ground reporting, mixed in with some deeper dives and longer-form content that we're going to experiment with. But the thing I'm most excited about is we cooked up this whole new way of uncovering declassified stories in the national defense world from primary sources that you almost never hear anywhere else. And we're going to cover world events and wars as they happen around the world.
Good.
Shut up!
Oh, hey man, how you doing? Hey, how you been? You look great. Hey, how you doing? You look great. Hey, you look great. Let me
Shut
get a
up!
look at you. Great.
Hey!
Anyway, another day.
Take a nap.
More bull. Wait a second, hold on. It's Friday. It's Friday.
4 kids under 5 years old.
Okay.
And Malcolm and
Oh,
Simone
no,
Collins
natalism.
say they're just getting started.
Okay, that's a
So I'm
weird.
not sure-
That's a weird little dinner party
I
conversation
haven't
there.
watched
Hey, we
this
have 5
one,
kids and
but
we're
I've
just.
watched enough about this and the article. So these apparently at one point while the Wall Street Journal was there filming them, the dad in this pronatalist couple open face slapped his 3-year-old at dinner. Like open face,
Really?
open hand face slapped the kid at dinner.
Wow. Boy. And that was in front of cameras and journalists. Crazy.
We're just getting started.
Are we surprised?
You, man.
Keep it to yourself, man.
Hey, keep it to yourself, man. I'm not interested in that stuff. I'm not interested in hearing about that and this. I'm not interested in hearing about... And...
They run a foundation to support pronatalism,
Thank
a
God.
movement mostly populated by religious conservatives and immigration opponents concerned that falling fertility rates could lead to economic and political catastrophe.
Sounds very normal.
You're going to have a chain reaction of collapses.
The movement's ideas have also garnered support from a few tech titans.
Name one.
Elon Musk.
Thank you.
Father of 12.
Okay, sorry, wait, what the hell is this?
Oh, I've been seeing a lot of stories about this. Alert, alert.
High alert. I've been seeing a lot of stories about this.
That's the alert sound. Goes like that too. Goes like that too, by the way. Been seeing a lot of stories about this the pronatalism movement of tech. And this movement, as I understand it, is there's these people and they're like, you know what, there's not enough people around. And not just there's not enough people around, there's not enough odd people around. There's not enough of the type of people who, by the way, I want to repopulate the earth with these kind of people. The kind of people who you say, oh, shit, look at that. I gotta go far away from here. That's the kind of person. You meet them in offices, classrooms, and you say, oh, shit, I gotta go. I gotta go way away somewhere. We want the earth repopulated with those kind of people.
Simone Collins,
Who?
who's running for state representative in Pennsylvania as a Republican, in part sees falling fertility rates as a cultural problem.
Okay, but I never heard of her. Hey, yeah, whoa, Simone. Hey, whoa. It's kind of crazy that you want more babies because you're acting like I was never born right now. May I speak? Now I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, right. Why have I never heard of you is what I was going to... Anyway, you ruined it.
Sees falling fertility rates as a cultural problem.
One of the primary dampeners on fertility, especially in developed nations, is a homogenization of culture.
Oh, right,
often through the public school system, sometimes through other means as well.
Right.
Universities are a common culprit as well.
Okay.
That causes people to enter a very low fertility urban monoculture, essentially.
Right.
kind of is the death knell of fertility.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
How many views did this get? Whoa! Not bad, not bad. 500,000. It's got views, so it is news. A lot of people are writing stories about this and doing interviews about this pro-natalism thing. There's like a conference or something.
We didn't get
and
enough
you see
subs
these interviews
to be
with
able
these
to
people.
afford the
no
game.
offense, no offense. I don't know anything about that lady who was just talking. But so far from my intensive research on this, you hear the people who are talking about this and you're like, I don't know. I don't know if you're the best. I don't know if you're the best representative of making me want to have a child.
You know, that was the whole point, is that enough
children.
people needed to sub, but... That's because it was $20, which is more than one sub cost.
Because we got the Scream thing, right? The no mouth Scream game, as well as
yeah, that was
the
like
Repo game.
That was like $3. Repo was also
Yeah.
$20, and I bought a copy for me and you.
Yeah.
And then
So
I just spent
that's the
$20 on
game.
that. So
Okay.
it's pretty close to like just $100 already spent on that stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, that'll be stream only games basically. Like Repo will be good if we get people. So Repo will be good to like collaborate with other streamers. So we should try and do that more.
Well, hopefully, if somebody sends me Moon on Discord.
I already did.
Okay.
Very good. Very good.
Is she
Thank you.
streaming right now?
I believe so. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. This is why we're getting games, because people pay. We get games, we play. But the Repo game will be good.
How do I use this?
How do you use what? Copy the name and put it into the add
I had to
or
find
find
the
user
message
thing.
first.
I don't know. It's there somewhere.
I found it. I'm working on it.
You seem weird. That's all I'm saying. They need a better face of this. Maybe like Julia Fox? Maybe Julia Fox. She has a kid. She seems to still be having a good time, I guess. I'm sure there's other ones. You know, hey, shut up. You know what I mean, though. You know, you see these people who are like, hey, we need to make more people. And you listen to them and you're like, they're going to be like, are they going to be like you, though? Because I'm a little nervous about that. No offense. No offense. That is offensive, what I just said, but no offense. It's nothing personal. It is what I said was personal, but it's nothing personal.
Fertility collapse.
Fertility collapse means we may enter a state in which the global economy is shrinking
Hey,
every
calm
year
down,
on average.
Malcolm. Hey, this is a very serious thing, man. You're trying to convince me to have a family, bro. The pitch has to be a little less.
Fertility collapse means we may enter a state in which the global economy is shrinking every year on average.
Oh,
we
goddammit.
simply didn't build the global economy with this potentiality ever in mind.
Absolutely.
When this happens...
Fuck the global economy.
Why
Who gives
do
a
they
fuck?
look like that? You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think
Yes.
them looking weird so everyone knows, oh, that's the weird natalist people is part of it?
100%. It's got to be
Like, this
an
isn't their
identity thing.
personal taste. They're doing it on purpose.
Yeah, this is
like-
their personality.
It's like a clown makeup, you know?
Yes.
You
yes.
still take off the makeup at the end of the day as a clown, right?
Yes. I want to know if they're like, what are they called? I don't wear them because I sleep in my jocks, like a normal person.
There's no votes in my poll.
Their pajamas are probably like Mormon shit. I imagine like those long, the long night dress.
They have all their fucking 200 kids
And
jump on the bed.
The stripy pajamas, button-up pajamas. That's his. 100%.
The entire
No modesty.
economic and
You must have
geopolitical
modesty in
system
this.
that our
Yes,
world
Queen.
runs on will begin to fall apart.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't know, man, bro.
You know, it's kind of a fascinating thing, the whole having a baby thing. I'm listening to Malcolm. He's like, you gotta have a baby, man. I'm like, what's in it for me? I say, what's in it for the global economy? I say to him, you know, it's sort of odd the way people think about having a kid, you know? At least me, I can only speak for myself. Because most people, they're like, I would like to have a baby. They don't say, I would like to have a man. I would like to have a man or a woman around. They say, I would like to have a baby. I get it. You know, I get it. Babies are hilarious. They're like, you know, I can't hold up my head. You know, whatever they say. They get food all over the place. It's hilarious, you know. You know, they have to learn to walk. They look like they're drunk all the time. You look at your baby, you go, look at that. Look at this moron. You say, you know, quietly, not within earshot of the baby, but you do say it. So, you know, that's the way everybody, not just me, thinks about it. Babies are hilarious. Maybe I'll get one of those. I don't know. But this is a very hard pitch. What
How
these
much
people
is it for
are
the paid subs?
selling. Hey, we need more babies because we need more workers. Sephora is at a very dangerous understaffing problem. Will you have a family based on that,
Twitch,
please? Yeah, you got it, man. No problem.
Yeah, I'm single right now, by the way. So where do I start?
It's a tough pitch, is all I'm saying. You know, it's a difficult sell. You know, hey, I'm Odd. Hi, this is the whole thing. The pronatal is saying, hi, I'm Odd.
Hello, I'm Odd.
Will you have a kid so it can work somewhere? That
so-
seems to be it.
Villaverde thinks there are other forces at play.
Think... no, because it looks like they all happen on the same day. I was about to say, I think it pays it all at once, but it doesn't. It's like... it's billing on the same day, clearly, because it's coming in at the end of the month. So... it's like $2 that we get from it. So like February to March, we literally only made $2 on Twitch.
No ads?
The ads don't make us money. You need viewers. They make like a few cents.
Excellent.
You need viewers to get the... So when we actually have viewers, like when a raid happens, our ad revenue does go up.
Okay. That's great.
We have one in here that's game sales. So we sold a game.
Weird. Maybe a game that we were selling? Or, sorry, a game that we were playing?
That I was streaming, yeah, or something.
Okay, get 'em on.
Has become very expensive all across the world, not only in the US, both in terms of money, but also in terms of time. So you need to be on top of your kid during the 4 years of high school and being sure that your kid does the homework and being sure that the kid goes to all the right, activities in the afternoon. And that means that unless you have a lot of income, it's very difficult to have one or more than two kids.
The Collinses don't just think people should try to have more kids. They think people should be able to use technology to select for certain characteristics.
It's crazy.
The family has used startup genomic
marathons
prediction.
I was doing. It doesn't feel that long ago, but our time from basically end of January, middle of February is 270. And then Feb 19th to March 20 is 235. It's like, man, I guess it has been a while since I attempted to do marathons. Where I was just streaming nonstop, because I would have think it would be, you know, not in January when I started doing that.
Which Sam Altman has invested in to test their embryos for things like IQ.
Oh no.
One of our embryos is in the 99.8th percentile or something completely insane for intelligence.
It
We
is.
call
Oh,
him the champion.
well, there's a key word there. A key word there. Okay, this is a Wall Street Journal video from just a couple months ago, and we're gonna look at a Wall Street Journal story. Oh wow! So there's a connection here. It's not just some guy on YouTube throwing everything against the wall. Come on, guys. Hey, shut up. That was an interesting transition there in this Wall Street Journal video. You got that guy's like, it's hard to have a kid. Sorry. it's hard to have kids. It's very expensive. You got to pay for all this stuff. And we got this economic situation where kids have to compete to get into college and da-da-da-da. It's very expensive, super expensive to have a kid. And there's a lot of worry with all this. Oh no, they got to like compete in college. There's a lot of worry and a lot of expense. That guy says that, and then they move right on. They move right on from that into you can pick the kid's IQ. The thing that has a really great track record, the thing that people who are not nefarious talk about all the time, IQ. You can pick that, man. You can pick that, man. Anyway, go have a family, please. Have a family, please, in this very sane situation.
I literally gave him a
anyway,
stick.
I gotta get the hell out of here. Okay. Yeah, again, sorry. A quick note again here. These are the worst people to be pitching this. Have more kids. You gotta have more kids. I'm very odd. And very scary in ways. The things I believe are very scary, and I think that you should bring another human being into this situation. But it's funny that they do skip over that part in this video where the guy's like, yeah, this is, it's very difficult to have a kid financially, just sort of psychological energy side with all the like, oh, are they going to be okay, all this stuff. They skip right over that because that's really all you can do. I mean, especially with the people who are promoting this stuff, a lot of people are going to be like, this seems weird. You've definitely convinced me to do the opposite. So really all you can do is maybe try to like all the stuff that guy who's like, it's very hard to have a kid, all you can really do is try to make that easier, and that might not even work. People are gonna have kids if they want to, unless you do some weird, very weird stuff that people will not take kindly to, so they're not gonna do that. Some kind of like, you have to go to the family bureau of family making agency. That could cause a little rift in society, I imagine. So all you can really do is like, hey, we're going to try to make it easier to have a family. That's it, and that might not even work. So what the hell is this really? I don't know. Weirdos saying weird stuff?
Cultural changes can take time, but the Collinses say that having Musk and other Silicon Valley executives behind the cause helps get the word out.
I think one of the reasons why Silicon Valley is also into prenatalism is because it is one of the few areas and groups of people where people have the luxury of thinking in terms of the long term. When you look at venture capitalists, they're looking 10, 20, 50 years out often. And that's where you're going to start seeing the ramifications of demographic collapse.
Bioethicists say that's not necessarily a good thing.
But they're thinking so far ahead into the future that they're not thinking about the present. They're not
It seems to be a bit of a snag. Okay, so yeah, that lady who was talking over me earlier, she says this thing where she's like, look, these venture capitalists, these tech people, they think about this because they have time to. They have a lot of resources, and one of them is time. That's why they thought about this. Other people are, other people are all day. They don't have time to think about this. This is not true. If you read like the history of Silicon Valley, Palo Alto, whatever, if you read about this crap, this has always been it's haunted by the ghosts of this stuff. So that's not totally true, but they did bring up this guy, Iluma, who we can't avoid in the news. Good for him, man, is staying in the news all the time. So this is kind of a trending story right here from the Wall Street Journal. There's a picture of a lady holding a baby. I believe she probably just called that baby a moron. Out of earshot, remember what I said? Guys, come on. Guys, give me a break. Come on. Do not spread that online. Do not clip that. Do not clip that. Okay, I said out of earshot of the baby. What is the title of this stupid thing? The tactics Iluma uses to manage his legion. Okay, cool. Of babies and their mothers. The world's richest man juggles more than a dozen children and harem drama, along with running his companies and advising Trump. That's very generous. Another way to put that is the guy had a bunch of kids and he does that and he goes like this. And he goes like this. Okay, what does this stupid piece of crap article right here say? Musk had at least 14 children with 4 women, including pop musician Grimes. Oh, I like her. She's the one that goes like that. I do like Grimes.
What the fuck,
She's one of the best Twitter users. Multiple sources.
I went to go fucking check on my fucking, the project, because I was going to be like, oh, we got to make sure we do that before it, expires. And apparently they don't even have, it didn't save any of the work I did to make those pre-cuts, because it doesn't save the media anymore in Capwing. So literally, like, that was like 4 hours of work I did that just doesn't exist now.
What the fuck?
Because they just updated it, basically.
Great. So the thumbnail? What were you talking about? Oh, a different thing.
No, the fucking tier list that I made.
Oh.
It was like 4 hours of work. It's just gone.
Fuck.
Because of how they fucking updated their policy.
Why don't you use the tier list maker website? Because you can upload your own media to it.
Well, because I like doing where I can like free float things instead of it like snapping. And then also I've tried to use those in the past and they just haven't been easy to get the image cropped properly. You need to use all the same exact ratio on the images to get it uploaded so it fits the line.
What? Is there a live chat for Kaplan?
It's gone. They changed their policy. So if I was paying for it, it would be there. But since they updated their policy, it doesn't.
Right.
So like before, it would save and always be there, but you could only do so many new projects before they disappeared. That's different now.
Great. So it's one project now?
No, it auto
stupid
deletes
piece
after 5 days, I think.
Ah, okay.
Of crap article right here say Musk had at least 14 children with 4 women, including pop musician Grimes. Oh, I like her. She's the one that goes like I do like Grimes. She's one of the best Twitter users. Multiple sources close to the guy said they believe the true number of Wait, what does it say? They believe the true number of Musk children is much higher than publicly.
That was probably the funniest use of that soundbite ever.
It probably won't come up because of that concert incident, but before you could just type in Grimes screaming into a microphone, and it's just these random sets where she's like in a library or something and just randomly screaming in the middle of a song.
That's very funny.
Man, it's crazy that fucking natalist took her soul.
I know.
You know what?
Wild.
He might be AI. You know, because AI takes the creativity out of everything.
And that is true. He's a human embodiment of AI.
He's like, whoa, this is why you don't flip your house. Now you trip over it when you run around.
I know. Throw Elon into the tar pits in LA. If he's AI, that'll work.
You know, I do kind of dislike, it's putting it lightly.
Have you been able to get the video from the Radio Free Europe?
I haven't looked. I have the chinchilla out now because he wouldn't shut up.
Fair enough.
So I'll check now.
I do kind of dislike that we live in a situation where it's like we know, these people who are involved in government, they're controversial. They're in the news. They did something crazy. What'd they do this time? You know, I would rather live in a situation where these people are kind of faceless. You know, basically, there's this lady that.
You know the highly produced ABC video that we watched, the Swingers one. There's a part 2. You want to watch that?
I saved it for a reason. Whatever gets views is what I want to watch.
Okay. I will cue that up.
I don't know if the
walks around my neighborhood, like walks.
Alright.
Is that relevant?
I mean, it's.
You know
it
what?
seems
You know
to
what gets
be...
views is Hassan, just stealing Hassan's stuff and then watching it. It's crazy.
Yeah, great.
Wow. Great.
It's really fast with her iPod phones. What are those things called? iPod phones? She's walking with her iPod headphones in, walking around very fast and deliberately, and I see her like every day, and I'm like, there's that lady. That's kind of how I want to see people in government. But they're just quietly like, oh yeah, health insurance isn't a trick anymore. I did that. Oh, you did. Good job. And they walk away with their headphone pods on.
Okay,
But instead, we got these absolute nut jobs running around. They're in the news again.
I figured
and
they
I
didn't
don't
embed code,
want.
it would be easy, but it wasn't.
Sad. Interesting. Nobody's talking about this guy being a technical refugee. I think there's something there.
I don't know. I
To
think a
know
lot of
or
people
care
were.
about Elon Musk's life
Well,
at all.
more to the point that I haven't seen anybody strictly referring to him as technically a refugee, and therefore Trump just breached the international refugee.
Yeah, he
laws.
doesn't care though.
Yeah, it doesn't matter that he doesn't care. You can lodge it with The Hague. Like, that's a Hague-worthy thing. So, like, do that, and then the Americans can arrest him and extradite him to the Danish.
Now
And then the
don't
Europeans
flip it
can
over
deal with
or
him.
You'll hurt yourself.
I think this is a pretty good plan. I think the Europeans will deal with him quite well, because why the fuck would they be at all, like, charitable? It doesn't matter whether they sign it or not. Right? If Americans arrest him and extradite him, it doesn't matter. I don't believe it matters, because I don't think that the people who committed genocide probably signed it either. But I could be wrong. Hold on.
I knew you were going to be an asshole today.
Oh my god.
This is why I shouldn't have let you out.
Ratified, but they did not sign the 51 Refugee Convention. But I don't believe it matters. I could be wrong.
Oh, but now, frankly, this is my problem and all of our problems, because there's going to be, at some point, non-babies, aka adults, who are related to Elon Musk, and that's concerning. You know, we got to be around that. That's troubling. But some of them seem cool, you know? Many people I know say, oh, my parents, I don't want to be like that. So, you know, and maybe it's a bit of a wash, hopefully. Okay, what the hell does this thing right here say? What is this, a paragraph? Yeah, right. As a top advisor to President Trump, that's this guy.
It's weird.
He has been slashing staff and billions of dollars from federal government as the head of the Department of Government Efficiency, with massive benefit programs such as Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid in the crosshairs.
Oh, man,
You know, it's just like, it's an interesting movement, and it is most certainly a movement, where the people who are promoting this idea, you know, are some of the least liked people. You know, I've been seeing all these polls come out about Elon Musk. People ask people, what do you think? Do you approve of Elon Musk? And, like, the vast majority of
I was correct, according to the AI overview. So, take that for what it is. It says here, based on... Okay, so it's got no obligation, and this is just war crimes. But yes, the US can extradite war criminals if it has not signed or ratified specific international conventions like the Geneva Conventions. The US has a federal criminal statutes for address war crimes specifically, and can prosecute individuals regardless of their nationality or location of the offense, while extradition typically relies on treaties. The US can also extradite individuals for war crimes under legal grounds, including international jurisdiction. So they could just surrender Trump to Interpol, and then bam, it's out of their hands. I don't know, man. Sounds like a pretty fucking good plan. He's clearly breached the fucking refugee convention. It's a pretty cut and dry case. The Republicans doubling down. I don't know, now's the time. Of course I'll never do that. But now's the time, is the point I'm making. That if anybody was going to do it, and you don't have to have the state lodge the case. It can be lodged, and it can be left to the Americans. Let's say the Democrats get enough cops it would be considered a coup. But at this point, there's total legal jurisdiction and grounds to do so. Nobody would look at this, except for obviously the partisans and the psychopaths, as a bad thing. It can't be left to happen like this.
People who respond to these polls just go, yuck! No! They had to put a new category that just says yuck, no. And these are the people who are going to convince...
That when I put him back, he's going to lay right down because his temperature is going to be hot.
Oh, that's funny.
So I'm just holding him to my chest and making sure he heats right up.
Me to make the biggest decision of my life? I don't know. Also, you know, the reason that they want you to have a bunch of kids is the one thing that people do not want to think about when they have a kid, which is economic reasons. Hey, we need to put that kid into work. That's SpaceX. And then on top of that, you know, the only sane thing you could do to maybe possibly encourage people to have more families or whatever, you know, make it less risky, you know? Make it less financially and psychologically and time-wise risky. The one thing to do that, you know, like a social safety net, all this crap, they're like, no to that. So, good luck with the movement, I say. I wish you the best of all this crap, bro. Okay, if you'll excuse me, I want to read more of this goddamn article. What the hell does this thing right here? Let me focus in. Let me zoom, crop, and pan in on this. Musk's baby making... Okay, hey, Wall Street Journal. Calm down, Wall Street Journal, or you get one of these.
Boom.
Musk's baby making project, ugh, yuck, is relevant to his ambition for NASA, which he wants to move faster to go to Mars.
Military swears an oath to the Constitution and to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Yeah.
The military could arrest him and had a complete justification, and they could direct handover to Interpol. I don't know. I'm telling you. It might be seen as shady by the Americans, and people won't be happy, but fuck him. Fuck this guy. Get him the fuck away from power.
He said on X that making people multi-planetary...
You know how much better the world would be if someone just put a bullet in Hitler's head?
is critical to ensure the long-term survival of humanity and all life as we know it.
Hi, my name's Elon Musk. I'm highly disapproved of.
And I'd like you to have a family so that I could send them to a desert planet, an uninhabitable...
That's the alternate timeline in Red Alert. And it just causes Stalin to be worse.
It probably would, honestly. That would be an interesting future to think about.
Well, I mean, that's what the game series is about. It's literally, at its core, the Red Alert series 1, 2, and 3 is about Hitler being shot when he came out of the art school by Albert Einstein. That's literally the central plot point for the entire series that follows.
That's fantastic.
Desert planet where they can die. Again, that means
also,
Elon Musk. You can contact me at...
We can't talk about killing Hitler without Jeb! Do you know that video?
Oh, because he says that he would kill baby Hitler.
Yeah. What a cool guy, right?
Very cool.
At my email. You can also reach me on Twitter X, where if you post something insane, I'll say this. Very interesting, I'll write. So you could, those are the two ways, in conclusion, those are the two ways to contact me.
Anyway, I gotta get the hell out of here. I gotta go to the bathroom. Bye.
A lot of funny paragraphs in this quote article, unquote. In Elon Musk's dark view of the world. Hey, hey, you show him some respect, man. Civilization is under threat because of declining population. He is driven to correct the historic moment by helping see... Hey, what the hell? Seed the earth? Ugh, man, come on. Hey, kids read this, man. Okay. With more human beings of high intelligence, according to people familiar with the matter. Who are those people? Our source also tried to get us to invest in gold and buy a Ridge wallet and get a BetterHelp.com subscription. And then they went like this. They're familiar with this matter. And then they went like this. Okay, I gotta get back to this article. Let me zoom in again. Let me just do a Dutch angle and a slow dramatic zoom in on what the hell this says. Musk refers to his offspring as a legion, in quotes. A reference to the ancient military units that could contain thousands of soldiers and were key to extending the reach of the Roman Empire.
Chop the trees down to boost your production, so you can literally
sources are.
do a legion rush by, you know, if you're Rome and you get a lot of trees, then you can fucking do a legion rush, because when they chop the trees, it boosts the production. And then you fucking get a shitload of legionnaires really quickly. Yep.
Great. Civ things.
Sources familiar with the matter are, and whether or not this is accurate. But if this is accurate, like, I'm starting a legion. Just like the Roman Empire. I read about that. Okay, I'm lying. I saw it in a YouTube video. Okay, I'm lying about that too. I saw it in an ahistorical, misleading YouTube video. Okay, I'm lying about that too. I saw an AI-generated image related to it. It is almost funny if it weren't...
It's demented?
Because the way this kind of thing seems to be playing out in the real world... Oh, it's interesting. The real world is always different than your stupid imagination, you know? But the way this thing seems to be playing out is less like 300. Is less like 300 or Brad Pitt's Troy or whatever the hell those movies are. It seems to be less of that and more akin to the film Bad News Bears. You know, the kids all think the coach is an idiot. He's a drunk, you know? The kid has to drive the coach to the hospital because he's drunk. Hurt himself. You know, it's more like that than 300. Yeah, it's interesting. Reality's always different than your movies and dreams. Okay, guys, I apologize. Please excuse me. I gotta really crop back in on this article. Musk, who? Iluma. Oh, right. Has warned that civilization is going to crumble if people don't start having more children. Okay, I'll get on it, man. Yes, sir. A view popularized as pronatalism in right-wing circles. The pronatalism movement is composed of people. Oh, they forgot odd. Okay. You got to get people to proofread this. It should say of odd people concerned about the birth rate and eager to implement policy and cultural solutions to the problem. Without babies, there's no future. Every problem becomes secondary to the problem of not having people on the planet, said some guy. Elon believes that a country is not the geography. A country is the people. Okay.
That's a nation.
Yeah, you know, it is very Doctor Strangelove type crap. So weird how well that stood up. How prescient that was. It is funny. It would be funny if it weren't so...
It's demented?
This part, Elon believes that a country is not the geography, a country is the people. Most people don't like you.
You ever see a commie drink water?
They keep...
Never.
It's because they drink vodka.
polling people and they keep... Remember?
They're after our precious
So again, maybe
bodily
you're not the
fluids,
best
Jack.
face for this. Hey, people who don't like me, make more people. It's me, the guy who nobody likes, telling you to make more people. Your trusted friend, the guy who no one wants around. Please grow the population. But yeah, these quotes are weird. You start to see pretty quickly this is some weird eugenics thing with these people. And they think they're very smart. Oh, I'm so smart, I need to create more people like me. And they're kind of disproving their own point because a lot of these people, I don't think they even know that this has kind of been a thing, especially in Silicon Valley since the beginning, basically. That is another funny, if not demented thing. Another strange Lovian thing about this is, you know, how smart these people think. Oh, we're so smart, we need to create more people. The thing that they're talking about, they don't know the history of, don't really consider the reality of it.
But they're so smart.
That there needs to be more of them. So, anyway, guys, I'm gonna be the new face of the... I'm gonna be the new face of this movement. Hey, goddamn you.
Hell yeah.
Hey, goddamn you to hell. Have a family.
Have a family, you son of a bitch.
Speaking of burps, have you seen the chick that can burp like crazy?
No, it doesn't sound like news.
It's fucking great. People pay her to burp their names. It's hilarious.
Sounds like fetish.
Have a family because there's too
probably
much
is.
people in China.
Have a family because we need to outcompete China semiconductors
and you can name them really cool technology names. Like, what is Elon Musk naming these kids? USB-C. Hey, this is my kid hard drive. That actually is kind of cool. This is my kid hard drive. He just pooped his pants. He does that a lot. Come on, hard drive. Come on, hard drive. We need to go get that rash checked out because you keep rolling around on the floor or whatever the hell.
Well, think of it like this.
Zapata flipped the house.
Think about what people voted for Trump for. A lot of it was about anti-war, right? He's not going to start any more wars. Well, the last 4 months, we've seen a lot of warmongering from him. I think you could probably convince them that out of national interest of national security, he's a national security threat. They don't want to die for Donald Trump, do they? Because that's what they're going to do. They won't be dying for America. They'll be dying for Donald Trump and his hubris. I think that's expand on it a little bit, and you can make a pretty convincing argument. Bork.
Also,
well, you do all day.
To get to the point where they need to, honestly, when it becomes appropriate for the military is when it comes time that its term is over.
Yes. Like, the military obviously would be an extreme option for what I'm proposing. You would really only need the police.
Don't forget that Turkey tried this, and it only led to Erdogan gaining more power.
That is true.
So...
But that's Turkey.
You moron. Anyway, guys, wow, it's Friday, so that, I'm getting a little crazy up here. We're getting a little...
Question to start a trade war with China during last year's election campaign.
I let
there
this
was a pretty
motherfucker
broad
out
consensus
twice.
that China...
And he's still being loud as fuck and annoying today.
Little rat things.
Yes.
Was in trouble. Chinese exporters relied heavily
shut
on the American
up.
market. The Chinese economy was looking shaky, and most of the inflationary impact on the US would probably be absorbed by the strong dollar. Unfortunately for Trump, however, this isn't how things have panned out. The dollar is weakening, America's economy now looks like the shaky one, and it turns out China has more leverage in this trade war than most commentators originally
He knows.
Yes.
Originally thought. So, in this video, we're going to look at the escalating US-China trade war, who's winning, and what might happen next. Never miss an episode and always feel in the loop by subscribing was about 20%. This was largely a consequence of tariffs imposed by Trump in his first term, focused on certain commodities like steel and strategically sensitive goods like solar panels. For context, the average US tariff for imports from the rest of the world was about 3%. However, in his second term, Trump has taken things up a notch, sparking an unprecedented tit-for-tat trade war with Beijing. This really began on February the 1st, when Trump imposed a flat 10% tariff on all Chinese imports, on top of the pre-existing tariffs. 3 days later, China retaliated with a 15% tariff on coal and liquefied natural gas imports from the US, as well as a 10% tariff on crude oil, agricultural machinery, and large displacement cars. On March the 3rd, Trump added another 10%. Again, China retaliated with more tariffs on certain US agricultural exports. On April the 2nd, otherwise known as the Liberation Day, Trump slapped a further 34% tariff on all Chinese imports. 2 days later, China retaliated with a symmetrical 34% tariff. On April the 7th, Trump threatened another 50%. On April the 9th, China retaliated by preemptively adding another 50% itself, taking China's flat tariff rate on US imports to 84%. On April the 10th, Trump upped the stakes by taking America's flat tariff rate on all Chinese imports up to 145%. And on April the 11th, China went to 125%, effectively ending bilateral trade between the world's two biggest economies. Now, originally, the Trump administration seemed pretty confident about all this. Earlier this week, Trump claimed that the ball is in China's court. China needs to make a deal with us. We don't have to make a deal with them. His Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, told CNNBC that, quote, China are playing with a pair of twos. What do we lose by the Chinese raising tariffs on us? We export 1/5 to them of what they export to us. The basic argument here seems to be that the US runs a massive trade deficit with China, which means Chinese businesses need access to the American market more than vice versa. There's definitely some truth to this, and most economists originally expected a trade war to hurt China more than America. The Peterson Institute for International Economics estimated last year, for instance, that if both countries imposed a 60% flat tariff on each other, China's GDP would shrink by $770 billion, while America's would only shrink by $327 billion. However, that's not quite how things have panned out. In fact, Trump has quickly pulled back on a number of tariffs, including a huge exemption for cell phones, computer equipment, and many electronic components, representing nearly a quarter of all Chinese imports, and is now requesting negotiations. On Tuesday, Bessent penned a piece in the Wall Street Journal essentially asking America's allies to help the US isolate China economically. But it got little traction, because, well, America doesn't have that many friends at the moment. Conversely, China is sounding increasingly confident. Bloomberg reported on Wednesday that Beijing is now insisting that Trump show more, quote, consistency and respect before any talks, and that Xi himself won't bother with preliminary talks until it looks like a deal is actually possible. Beijing also apparently wants Trump to, quote, rein in members of his cabinet, a thinly veiled reference to J.D. Vance's provocative comment about Chinese peasants earlier this month. And China Daily, the CCP's English language mouthpiece, told the US to, quote, stop whining in an editorial earlier this week. So, why aren't things going to plan for Trump here? Well, as we see it, there were at least 4 reasons. For starters, China relies less on the US than it used to.
It dropped my volume to 8 on my
at the start
PC.
Of the first trade war,
How?
the US accounted for 20% of China's total exports. But this figure has since fallen to about 13%.
Weird.
Second, while American exporters might not suffer that much, American consumers still want a lot from China, which means that, combined with a weak dollar, the trade war could push up inflation to politically unpalatable levels.
Epic.
This speaks to Trump's somewhat one-sided view of trade deficits. While it's true that Chinese businesses sell a lot of stuff to America, that's because American consumers like Chinese stuff.
Like,
both countries
bro got
are
let
sort of
out to
dependent
run
on one
around,
another
and he
in this
chose
respect,
to fucking jump
as
over
Trump's
the
recent
barrier
exemptions
instead.
for smartphones tacitly admits.
And now he wants to make it
Of course,
my
China's
problem
retaliatory
because he
tariffs
didn't
will
chill out.
also lead to higher inflation in China. But A, inflation is currently lower in China than it is in the US, and B, it's not like disgruntled Chinese can vote Xi out at the midterms.
True.
This takes us nicely onto the third reason. The politics of a trade war are easier for the CCP. Not only does Xi not have to worry about re-election, America's aggressive posture also means that the CCP can easily blame everything on Trump. Conversely, many Americans will be asking why Trump has chosen to inflict so much economic pain on them, given he came to office promising to bring down the price of groceries. And fourth, while China might struggle in a tit-for-tat tariff-based trade war, it has other economic weapons at its disposal. Just this week, for instance, China cancelled all Boeing orders, heaping more pressure on the American airline giant, and suspended the export of certain critical materials and magnets to the US. These are essential to a whole range of advanced manufacturing sectors, and speaks to another asymmetry in the US-China trade relationship. While China mainly imports agricultural products from the US, which can easily be sourced from other countries like Brazil, the US relies on China for a whole range of critical manufacturing components and commodities, which can't be easily sourced elsewhere. In the worst case scenario, China could also dump its holding of US debt, including treasuries and other agency bonds, potentially sparking a full-blown debt crisis. All in all, it's clear that Trump's trade war isn't going to plan. For Trump, this is bad news in and of itself, but it's also bad because it's shown to America's other trading partners that A, you can win a trade war against the US, and B, even Trump ultimately caves to domestic political pressure.
Bitch.
Regardless, in 2025, one thing is certain. We can expect the news cycle to continue being dominated by these same major figures. But who's the most influential? In the most recent edition of our magazine...
More like Donald B. Trump.
Salvador become Trump's prison.
Out of the deal, baby. Bitch made.
In recent months, this small Central American country has come to international
Out of the
attention
deal.
as
How
the
to lose
Trump
a trade war.
administration has begun deporting migrants
Fucking
to
idiot.
its brutal high-security detention centres, often in direct contravention of US court orders. However, while this has led to growing outrage, the US administration has shown no sign of backing down. Indeed, it may even be planning to expand the scheme in worrying new ways.
Would have been funny if while Kristi Noem was talking in front of all these dudes in prison, they just flop their dicks out. Just like ruin the shot entirely. Don't allow her to even do it. Sabotage it.
So, just how and why did this small country become a
Helicopter.
part
Anyway.
of one of the Trump presidency's most
What happened
controversial
with the
policies?
executable?
Hello and welcome. If you
Yeah, it works. Why? We're not doing it now.
Oh, okay. I just thought you said it didn't.
No, it wasn't. I got
Okay.
it.
You're new to
Good.
the channel, my name is James Kerr-Lindsay, and here I take an informed look at international relations, conflict, security, and statehood. Immigration has become an increasingly significant issue in international relations. As growing numbers of people leave their countries due to conflict, environmental challenges, or persecution and search for a new life elsewhere, public opposition to immigration is growing. In response, many Western countries are now reaching agreements with other states to take in migrants. While supporters insist that these deals ease pressure on domestic institutions like healthcare and education, critics argue that they erode the right to asylum and expose migrants to danger by exporting them to countries with inadequate human rights protections. Perhaps the most controversial of these arrangements is the deal between the United States and the government of El Salvador. In 2025, the Trump administration struck a controversial agreement to deport migrants to Salvadoran high-security prisons, where critics argue they face appalling conditions and a threat to their lives. But just how did El Salvador become such a central part of Trump's immigration policies? The Republic of El Salvador is in Central America. At 21,000 square kilometers or 8,100 square miles, to its northwest is Guatemala, and to its north and east is Honduras. To its south, it has a Pacific coastline. Spanish-speaking and predominantly Catholic Christian, its population currently stands at around 6.3 million. In 2023, its GDP per capita stood at around $5,400, making it a lower middle-income country. El Salvador's history stretches back at least 1,500 years. However, our story begins in the early 16th century, when it was conquered by Spain. This lasted around 300 years, ending in the early 1800s, when Spanish rule ceased in Central and South America. After a brief period within Mexico, El Salvador united with Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras and Nicaragua to form the Federal Republic of Central America in 1823.
You know what's interesting about that?
However, this federation collapsed a decade and a half later.
This federation
and in
that he just brought up.
Yeah, what about it?
It's fucking a villain in one of the Call of Duties.
Seriously?
Yeah, it's the one with the rods from God. Probably Infinite Warfare.
Okay, interesting.
Which one's
I
the
didn't know
one
that.
with rods from God?
I have no idea. I didn't play after Modern Warfare 3.
Oh, you like go to space and stuff.
Probably Infinite Warfare.
1941,
But yeah,
El Salvador
it's not
became
the same
an
countries,
independent
but it's
sovereign
a-
state. Although it
I
briefly
think they're
merged
a
with Honduras
confederation
and
in Call of
Guatemala
Duty,
to
but I'm
create
not
the Great
sure.
Republic of Central America 50 years later
But
in
at the end of it, I
1896,
think you
this
start dropping
lasted
rods
only
of
2
God on
years,
those
leaving El
countries.
Salvador independent once more.
Which is like...
In the years that followed, the country
Imagine
experienced significant political instability.
a Call of Duty
This
campaign
eventually led
ending
to a military
where
coup
you're
in
literally like
1930.
dropping chemical weapons on people and stuff. Like that was the end climax scene of the game. It's not a controversial part where they try to repeat no Russian, right?
Yeah.
You know, like, because they've used chemical weapons in Call of Duty. I know that. But, like, the whole point of this one, like, the story and the tutorial level starts with the town you're in. getting hit with rods from God, and you're like
Okay.
trying to like run through the town as it's like being hit with the rods.
That sounds fun.
And then the plot is that these like people took over the space station
Yeah.
where the rods are located, and so the end of the game you get the space station back and start like it's clear military facilities, like this is a missile silo, but it looks like a very boring climax that's not even like an AC-130 segment, but it's like that where you're kind of like just looking down and hitting targets.
Yeah, okay.
But the AC-130 segments are like sick.
Yeah, they're the best part.
Well, it's what's great is like in the they had the co-op mode in Modern Warfare 2.
Yes.
And there was an AC-130
Ops.
mission where one player was the AC-130.
Was on the ground and one in the plane, yeah.
And there's a mission like that in Blacklist and Splinter Cell.
Really?
Where one person's on the ground.
That's cool.
And it's a co-op mission. When then I think you both have to do it. Like the first person
Each
gets
pod.
to run through, and then he takes it, and the next person has to run through.
Mm-hmm.
That marked the start of 5 decades of army rule. However, by the late 1970s, opposition to the ruling regime was growing, with more and more protests and strikes. As a result, in October 1979, the country's president was deposed by a faction of
But, like,
hardline
Spec Ops
military
was
officers,
split screen, that was
arguing
the
that the
best
country
part.
was on the brink of a Marxist revolution. They brutally cracked down
Yes.
on any and all dissent. This in
And there were
turn plunged the
They
country.
literally like don't make
specific
those types of
missions.
games anymore.
No, they don't. No, because why would they? You know, they re-release Modern Warfare 2, but don't put
Well,
Spec
I
Ops in
think-
it. It's fucking stupid.
I honestly think Nintendo's response to couch gaming with the Switch was really good.
Yeah.
It's just unfortunate. Like, I'm not a child, you know?
Yes, yeah.
But
yeah,
like, we played Diablo on the Switch, and I think it's one of the best ways to play Diablo 3. But the Switch is so open source that you can't do the fucking season mode and actually get ranked because everyone is hacked because you just edit the
Right.
files so
Yes.
easily on Switch. So that's cool. Like you just get each kid their own screen, you know, like their own tablet. Like that's a fine solution, and you're also staying in the handheld market. Like I think Nintendo was really smart considering how bad the console was before that. Like they almost had a Sega moment. Do you know how much fucking public trust Sega had before they fucking went out? So like, do you know what the 32X is?
No.
Okay, so Sega, and even the old Nintendo had it, where there was like actual ways to expand the console, and I think Nintendo 64 also had one. They just never ended up using it. But they made it so the consoles were actually modular, so they could be expanded in futures, like if they needed an expansion module. So the first thing Sega did was Sega CD, and that actually did fairly well. But like it's just full motion video stuff. It's not like a game, you know? It's like it's not really a gaming experience. There are some good games on Sega CD, but then while they were waiting for the Saturn to drop, they were really worried about sales, and they released this thing called the 32X, which is, you know, half of 64, right? It's so they already had the Sega CD expansion. Now this is a thing that you push into the actual tray where the cartridge goes, and then you put a cartridge on top of it, and it plays those 32X games. Like, it had a Doom port that was probably one of the only decent console Doom ports, because all the console Doom ports, there's one thing wrong with them, or many. But like, it was such like it sold pretty well at first, but it destroyed the public trust in Sega with the market, and then the Saturn bombed too. So it basically, they eroded all their trust that they just built up, and the original Sonic the Hedgehog 3 is actually a 32-bit game, and they split it into 2 games, right? And this actually helped build trust with how they did the marketing behind it. So the cartridge came out 6 months apart. So the sequel cartridge is Sonic and Knuckles, where they introduced Knuckles. But you literally, the cartridge has pins on top of it, and you plug Sonic the Hedgehog 3 into the cartridge, and you get Knuckles in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. But then also Sonic and Knuckles itself has Knuckles game on it. And you can also put Sonic the Hedgehog 2 on it and get Knuckles in that game. So it was like literally an expansion for Sonic the Hedgehog 3, but it still worked on its own.
Oh, that's cool.
Right? And they even patented it as lock-on technology, and the marketing behind it was fucking incredible. And then they fucking blew it by releasing the 32X, and it basically was the beginning of the end. And they had more public trust than Nintendo in America. Like,
crazy.
People preferred them over Nintendo at the time because of Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and this lock-on technology campaign. So they completely destroyed their customers' trust in their ability to make a product.
Great. Good for them. It's always good when companies do that. Like Sony right now.
Into a devastating civil war as US-backed government forces, supported by paramilitary death squads, took on the FMLN, a disparate group of left-wing organisations. In January 1992, the United Nations brokered a peace agreement ending the war. In addition to seeing the FMLN accepted as a legitimate political party, the military agreed to withdraw from politics. At the same time, judicial and electoral reform was accompanied by the creation of a new national police force. Likewise, various social and economic changes were introduced, including land reform. But while there were hopes that El Salvador could now put aside the legacy of the 13-year civil war and build a new future, the effects of the conflict were deep-rooted. All this would eventually come together in 2 interrelated ways. For a start, the country was deeply traumatised. The conflict, which had been marked by widespread human rights abuses, including state-sanctioned murder, torture, kidnappings and disappearances, had seen 80,000 people killed. Secondly, with more than 1 million people displaced, many had fled to the United States, establishing a large community in Los Angeles. There,
Steam Deck
many
is
younger
fine,
members
but like
of the community soon
the
became
Switch
caught up
is like
in the city's
the whole
violent
point
gang
that you
culture,
can like dock it
eventually
and play on the big
establishing their
TV.
own Salvadoran groups,
Like also,
including one
what's
known
cool
as
about it,
Marga
like I
Salvatrucha,
literally
also known in
at
English as MS-13.
When it first came out, we were at this girl's house who we were interviewing. We were like crashing there, and like her boyfriend was like being courteous and was like playing it on the handheld and leaving the TV open for the guest, you know? And so like that is a scenario that I encountered, and like she was like, you could probably just play on the TV, nobody here is gonna care. And I'm like, actually, I'd want to watch you play the new Zelda. But, like, you know, for kids and stuff, like, I think about it like that, which is, like, a big market, you know? Especially with Nintendo.
Yeah.
First, the problem was contained in the United States. For as long as the civil war continued in El Salvador, these gang members couldn't be sent back. However, once the conflict ended, deportations soon began. As a result, the vicious US gang culture was now overlaid on top of El Salvador's post-conflict trauma and poverty. By the turn of the millennium, the country faced a massive problem. Now numbering well over 50,000 members, the gangs had become increasingly dominant and were even willing to take on the police and other security forces directly. Meanwhile, efforts to deal with the issue were largely ineffective, and those that seemed to produce results were often short-lived. For example, in 2012, a truce was arranged that saw many public areas declared off-limits by the gangs in return for steps to reform the country's brutal prison system.
How could they?
But while death rates dropped dramatically, many opposed the deal, believing it gave the gangs a chance to regroup. As a result, the agreement collapsed in 2015, leading to another huge resurgence in violence. And it was this that sparked a new wave of migration to the United States. Indeed, by 2016, Salvadorans accounted for the largest national group granted asylum in the United States. And it was this, along with the arrival of other Central Americans, that fed the anti-immigration sentiment that would propel Donald Trump to the presidency in November that year. I hope you're finding this useful. If so, please consider giving the video a like and perhaps subscribing to the channel if you haven't already. It all really helps. Thanks so much, and now back to the video. While the first Trump administration soon began talks with El Salvador regarding immigration and ended the temporary protected status of Salvadorans in the United States, the critical moment came in May 2019 when the country elected a new president, Nayib Bukele. Seen as a young, up-and-coming reformer, just months later, the United States and El Salvador signed an asylum cooperation agreement. This enabled the United States to send non-Salvadoran asylum seekers to El Salvador. At the same time, the two countries also reached an enhanced border enforcement agreement. In return for more US funding and technical assistance, El Salvador agreed to step up its efforts to prevent...
Did you see the covid.gov website?
No.
Oh god.
They do some dumb stuff that says it's fake.
No, they basically they went with the lab leak, but instead of going with the actual evidence-based lab leak theory, they went with the weaponized bioweapon theory. And now talking about the lab leak and the zoological potentialities with any nuances gone. It's
it already was.
Well, I mean, yeah, but now it's truly dead. Now it's like people with half a clue that understand that China covered up and like pushed back everything and whatever. It's like that exists. That's a thing that happened. Like we know this. We can't say for sure. It's most likely zoological, but we can't rule it out, and we don't know the origin. What was the disease that they tracked down to the literal specimen it came from? Was it Ebola?
Yeah, the literal tree of bats.
Yeah,
that's
like
such a different scenario because there's such low population, and they found the kids and they were able to take them to the tree with the bats where they were playing.
Okay.
It's not a great movie. But there's a movie called Contagion, not to be confused with Outbreak.
I've seen this.
And it's very similar to like if a SARS pandemic happened.
I like Contagion. Doesn't it have
but
the pussy
part
candle
of the
woman?
So the interesting part of the movie that's not the family drama is them trying to figure out like patient zero. And that's like
wasn't it
they're
Gwyneth
like trying
Paltrow's character?
I don't remember, but it is the woman.
Right?
It is it's not her. She gets it on the plane.
Right.
And then it goes back to it was like the final scene in the movie shows bats shitting on pigs in China.
Oh my god.
So it's like shitting into the pig feed, basically bats roosting above pigs.
Yep.
And then it cuts to that pig being butchered.
Yep.
And then
And
the
then her
butcher
eating the
shaking
pork.
hands with the guy who then went to the plane and gave it to her.
Aha.
Like, it literally depicts the exact moment of transfer at the very
Yes,
end of
okay.
the movie. I don't recommend this movie, by the way. I really don't think it's very good.
I enjoyed it. It was fine. But I enjoy shit
It's fine,
cinema.
but we lived through it, you know? We know what it's like.
Yes. Yeah.
There's just better
irregular
things to
migration
watch. I'll
by
show you better
strengthening border
movies.
controls and expanding its security operations.
Speaking of which...
But it wasn't just immigration where Bukele had an effect. Having promised to
There's a
address the
poll that
country's
you
gang
should vote
violence,
in.
he soon implemented various new policies. In addition to boosting security spending, he launched social programs in many deprived areas. All this appeared to bring impressive results. From a high of around 6,500 murders just a few years earlier, the number had dropped to just 1,100 by 2021. But despite this progress, things were about to change. On the 26th of March 2022, El Salvador experienced its deadliest day of violence since the end of the Civil War, when 62 people were killed in gang fighting. Responding quickly, Bukele imposed a state of emergency as police rounded up thousands of suspected gang members. However, despite significant criticism from human rights organisations, Bukele remained unrepentant. In the following years, he continued his war on the gangs, constructing South America's largest mega prison, the Terrorist Confinement Centre, which was capable of holding 40,000 suspected gang members. Meanwhile,
Suspected.
as the murder rate dropped dramatically
Yeah.
and public security improved, Bukele's approval ratings shot up. Indeed, in the controversial presidential elections held in 2024, he secured over 80% of the vote. But while many outsiders condemned his draconian measures and raised concerns about his growing authoritarianism, Bukele embraced his reputation, even going as far as to call himself the world's coolest dictator. And it's against this backdrop that the current events are playing out. Having returned to power with another pledge to reduce immigration, the Trump administration quickly renewed its controversial partnership with El Salvador. Building on the earlier agreement, the new arrangement not only allowed the United States to deport Salvadoran nationals back to the country, but also to send non-Salvadoran migrants, including asylum seekers from across Latin America and beyond, to Salvadoran territory. However, while the Trump administration has presented the arrangement as a regional solution to irregular migration, critics viewed it as an unacceptable delegation of US asylum responsibilities to a country ill-equipped to handle them. With deportees confined in the terrorist detention centre, often in extremely cramped and dangerous conditions, human rights organisations have warned that the policy violates international norms on refugee protection. At the same time, they point out that it also risks placing vulnerable people in harm's way, many of whom have already fled violence and persecution. All this has been graphically highlighted by the case of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, a Salvadoran with legal residence in the United States who was mistakenly deported to the country. Although the US government has since claimed that he's a member of MS-13, which has now been declared a terrorist organisation, the US Supreme Court nevertheless ordered the Trump administration to facilitate his return. But what makes all of this particularly significant is that at the heart of the policy lies the seemingly close relationship between Trump and Bukele. With both men presenting themselves as strongman leaders with a populist edge, they found much common ground. This relationship has also benefited them both. For Bukele, it means gaining international legitimacy as well as US support for his domestic security agenda. For Trump, the relationship is touted as proof that he's finding solutions to the immigration issue. All this came to international attention on the 14th of April when Bukele was welcomed to the White House. Lauding the Salvadoran as a tremendous leader and the coolest dictator in the world, Trump called his controversial anti-gang crackdown a model for the region. As for Garcia, both men were defiant. Despite the Supreme Court order, Trump refused to ask Bukele to return him. Meanwhile, Bukele insisted that he wouldn't smuggle a terrorist back to the United States. Moreover, Trump also made it clear that he even saw more room for cooperation. Indeed, in a particularly controversial moment caught on camera, he even proposed expanding deportations to perhaps include US citizens convicted of serious crimes, urging Bukele to construct more prisons. While deporting US nationals would seem to be a step too far, with legal experts questioning its constitutionality, the policy of sending migrants to high-security prisons raises some extremely important and uncomfortable broader questions. As many political leaders come under growing pressure to tackle migration, which has become a leading source of popular discontent in many countries, the developments in El Salvador have graphically illustrated that there are deeper and more worrying issues at play. As more countries investigate options for outsourcing the processing and housing of migrants, this raises profound legal, political, and moral questions, especially as many migrants are highly vulnerable refugees and asylum seekers who've done nothing wrong apart from trying to flee violence and persecution. In the meantime, the Trump administration shows no sign of backing down on its controversial policy. As a result, we may yet see thousands more people, many of whom have committed no crimes at all, sent to one of the toughest, most dangerous prisons in the world. I hope you found that useful. If so, here are some more videos that you might find interesting. Thanks so much for watching, and see you in the next video.
Great. Australia.
Never forget the facts.
Election campaigns are one
Australia deserves better.
big
Don't go back to Labor.
marketing exercise.
Once a GST's in place, you will never, ever get rid of it.
The ALP would be a disaster.
Keep Australia moving.
Please tell us, Mr. Howard. We want to know.
In Australian politics, there was one marketing campaign that rewrote the rulebook.
Let's go back to 1972, when Old Parliament House was just called Parliament House, and the Conservative coalition had been in power for 23 years. Labor was in the political wilderness, stuck on the opposition benches. The party was sick of losing, so Labor tried some new things.
They hired this guy. Mick Young was in charge of getting Gough Whitlam elected.
He was my right-hand man.
He was full
Talks
of
like
wild
an
new
F.
ideas.
1972, I still think of as the first truly modern campaign.
They centralised their campaign operations in a national head office.
Instead of every state and territory coming up with their own strategy and slogans, there'd just be one slogan. And it just so happened to be the most famous Australian political slogan of all time.
Time for freedom, time for moving. It's time
Cringe.
to be free. Yes, it's time.
We're the Beatles.
This is awful.
We're like the Beatles. We're just a pop group.
It's time. Catchy, memorable, and short enough to fit on a bumper sticker.
1972 was in many ways the first of the great television elections.
No one in Australia had ever used marketing in politics like this before.
This is the first time that we see market research and TV advertising working together to identify the voters that we need to talk to and then talking to them with television advertising.
It worked. Boy, did it work.
Under Whitlam, Labor won 67 of the 125 seats in the lower house and 49.6% of the national primary vote.
Mr. Whitlam has obviously won, and he's won a handsome victory.
It was a case of game recognised game for the Liberals. Their deputy leader called the It's Time campaign the brightest and most bouncy baby ever to be conceived and brought forth within the marriage of advertising and politics. And in the 1975 election, the Liberal Party birthed a bouncy baby jingle of their own.
Australia, you've been sleeping, brought down to your knees. We've lost a lot of living in the dark of these 3 years. We can look towards the future and the way things ought to be. Turn on the lights, Australia, it's up to you and me.
And it was lights out for Gough Whitlam and hello, Malcolm Fraser.
Parties learn from each other, they copy each other. Labor's doing direct mail, so we'd better get into direct mail ourselves. Labor's doing a jingle, we'd better have a jingle.
Turn on the lights, Australia.
fucking hate this country.
We better have a jingle.
The
They
coalition
have a
in that
jingle.
election won 53% of the vote. More than half of
jingle
Australians marked them
bells.
as their first preference.
Jingle
this
bells.
was the era of two-party domination. Labor and the coalition were the Coke and Pepsi, the Marvel and DC, the Holden and Ford of the political world. But that was then. Come 2013, things have changed.
The count is on. And I imagine a lot of you will be saying, thank God for that. Labor's primary vote threatens to collapse to its lowest level in post-war politics, possibly back to the 30s.
That came true.
That's the lowest Labor primary vote since the Second World War.
And since 2013, Labor's vote has never really improved. In fact, in 2022, we again saw Labor's vote
collapse to its lowest level in post-war politics, possibly back to the 30s.
Thanks, Kerry. It's not just Labor. Since 2013, the coalition's vote has headed downwards as well.
That stability that allowed both parties to get around 40% of the vote, that is just long gone.
The Labor and Liberal parties seem to have lost their marketing mojo. Voters don't know what they stand for, and they're just not capturing the national
They don't stand for anything.
Where's Albanese?
I think there's nowhere to be seen.
Once you've lost your swagger,
See, those Twitch viewers sure drop off
Okay,
when
so
you
Briggs,
started this video.
Week, we're asking why
They-
they swung away from the major
There was
parties. Whatever happened to party loyalty?
There was 5
There was
before.
one.
There was 5 before you started.
If you're talking about loyalty,
Well, there's still 8 in
well,
total, so
there
it
aren't
doesn't
many
matter.
things Australians are more
I know.
loyal to than this.
What's it take to be a loyal fan?
Basically, it starts in tears usually, where you care so much about the team that you actually just cry.
Call yourself a loyal?
Oh, she meant literal tears.
Yes, I mean, 57
That's-
years, but it's in your blood.
Okay.
I've been with the Blues for about 30 years, since 1995, so yeah.
I thought she was talking like
Dad was a big Blues fan, mate.
tears,
Dad
as in
played for the VFL side,
TIER.
so growing up, big diehard Blues fans, of course.
You know, you've got a choice. You can come with me every week and live in the house, or you move out. Simple as that. You're a Carlton fan, or you're not, or you're out.
Yeah, that's the kind of choice we have.
1.3 million Aussies are members of AFL clubs, and that number's been growing. It absolutely dwarfs the number of members our political parties have. The Labor and Liberal parties combined have something like 100,000 members, and that's been falling.
Them
Politics
rookie numbers,
just doesn't
less.
seem to stir up the same passions.
It doesn't sound like it rouses the emotions that the footy does.
I don't think they've made me cry a lot. They've made me a little depressed sometimes.
Well, I don't trust any of them anymore, mate. I truly don't. I think they're all a bunch of lies. We never get what we're promised, do we? Let's face it.
And I wonder if there's anything else in your life you've stood by for 30 years.
Oh, the only other thing that's besides having a wife for well over a decade, probably faith. Faith is the other thing.
What about politicians?
Politicians, absolutely not.
That spells danger for the major parties because loyalty is what gives them stability. Once upon a time, you'd vote for a party out of loyalty, even if you didn't necessarily think they'd earned it.
That proliferation and I guess less coherence in terms of loyalties, political loyalties, is a reflection of what's happened to society.
It wasn't always that way. When the parties were formed, their mission was clear, and the brands were...
I'm very interested to see the conclusions that they come to. Because these videos have been pretty good.
Easier to understand.
Obviously the access ABC has makes it easy.
Labor's origin story is relatively well known, formed from and as a political arm of the trade union movement.
Certainly people who identified as working class were more likely to vote for the Labor Party. People who were Catholic were more likely to vote for the Labor Party, at least up until that party split in the mid-1950s.
And so the party long had an identity around the working class.
We are, and have always been, the party of the Australian worker.
We are always looking for ways to make the tax system work better for working people.
Anthony Elbows!
If you had to identify a typical voter in, the 1950s, you're talking about a male blue-collar worker.
I gotta
and
say,
his wife, and maybe.
Y'all got the. I think y'all got the dumbest and cringiest politic process.
Yeah.
Like your democracy is like, like I'm not even saying like we all know your perspective on voting. I'm like saying, why even vote? Because it's like more pointless than voting in Canada. Like it's like what's gonna be crazy is like this might be like your first election where an incumbent wins.
Maybe.
Because like it doesn't
COVID,
seem like.
yeah.
No, I want to say that like incumbents never win in Australia.
Oh, not for a while. Not since Howard.
So like pretty much every election throughout most
In the
of
last
your
20. Most of my life, yeah.
elections, like even before that, I want to say.
No, it was pretty like it would swing and stay for a while and then swing and stay for a while. Like Howard was there like 12 years, I want to say. Like
Todd Howard?
96
From
No, John Howard.
No, Todd Howard.
Like
from
96
It Just Works.
2006.
Todd
94
Howard,
maybe.
It Just Works.
Let me double check. I'm pretty sure it was 94 to 2006 because Kevin Rudd came after him.
It's funny because like not so long ago, if Todd Howard did run for office, people would probably actually be stoked and want to vote for him.
96 to 2007. I was right. Look at me go.
But like now, nobody fucks with Todd Howard.
Yeah. Okay, so before John Howard, it was Bob Hawke, who is Labour.
Todd Howard.
Sorry. Paul Keating, who is Labour. He's the guy who worked with Suharto. Then Bob Hawke was Labour. Then Malcolm Fraser was the Liberals. Gough Whitlam was the Labour Party. And then before that was the Liberals. So only really since Howard it's been like this.
The adult children.
Like in that time, like 5 prime ministers that I just named goes back to the 60s. We've had the equivalent number of leaders in the last 20 years. If that explains anything.
Well over half the paid workforce was in the union movement.
This was a very different world. Our class structures were clearer than they are now, and our attachment to institutions was stronger.
It's by design.
You're really looking at about 7 out of every 10 voters stuck to the same party election after election.
Turn on the lights, Australia!
For the Liberal Party, forming an identity has been much harder. First of all, they didn't form until about 50 years after the Labor Party. Before that, political parties in Australia chopped and changed. There was at various points a protectionist party,
Nice.
a free trade party, an anti-socialist party, a nationalist party, a United Australia party. Parties forming,
Anti-socialist?
reforming,
Like a don't
splintering
touch
until
grass party?
1944, when the Liberal
Must
Party that we know
Don't go outside
today
party?
was founded.
So the Liberal Party doesn't have the advantage that the Labor Party have of...
Oh, and to what you were saying before, yes, Australian politics is dog shit. I did an international relations degree. I did an international relations degree as my first degree, and I dropped out because of the Australian politics class. I did not want to sit through that fucking class. Good Lord, end me.
emerging from an obvious social group. They really emerged as a response to
boring.
communism. They were a large and disparate grouping of different advocacy groups of organisations who were all opposed to communism.
The communist pressure all around the world has been very, very cleverly designed. It's a very, very grave problem.
But a party built around the things you're
It's
not.
a very, very
it's a
grave
hard party
problem.
to sell.
We want to develop and develop and develop the material resources of the country.
So,
We want to
Liberals set
develop
about building up their
the
brand.
material resources of the country.
One of Menzies' great strengths and achievements was building a Liberal Party constituency the one that made sense, that feels like, okay, we have this shared set of interests. And originally, you know, this is the forgotten people, but they were middle-class battlers, people who wanted to get ahead. They weren't working class, but they also weren't the top end of town. They were just a kind of photogenic suburban class of people.
The Liberals turned to the blockbuster media sensation of the time, a radio serial.
Van Winkle wakes up. A further broadcast in the intriguing and unusual series, John Henry Austral presents.
This is the best
It ran
recording y'all
over
got?
nearly 2 years with hundreds of episodes.
It cost hundreds of thousands of pounds, so the first thing to say is that it was an unusually expensive campaign.
This was perhaps one of the earliest examples of political sponcon, a Liberal Party advertorial.
It was based around this fellow, yes, a kind of influencer of his day, a fictional character, obviously, John Henry Austral. And he had an upper
I have
class
a
accent.
small pet peeve.
Might have been like a solicitor or
Around Mass Effect right now, where
Okay.
people keep saying Mass Effect 5 is coming. Mass Effect Andromeda is not Mass Effect 4. Okay?
It's the fourth Mass Effect game.
5 would imply
that it's in the same series.
And it would imply that one, Andromeda is canon, which, if we're lucky, it won't be. Because it all happens in another universe. It really shouldn't matter at all. Or another galaxy, right? So, like,
Yeah.
fuck it. Just don't even regard it.
It's basically a scout mission. Which would be cool if that's what it was. If you're like an Alliance scout or something.
So, like, the whole point was they wanted to do kind of like a No Man's Sky randomly generated thing. And so, like, it's not, it's kind of, I want to say the maps are kind of randomly generated.
Okay.
But that's the thing, is when you rely on randomly generated content thinking it's going to bring variety, it normally does not. It normally brings...
It becomes procedural.
More repetitive.
Mm-hmm.
doctor or a vicar, you know, talking to the people about what's gone wrong with Australia under the terrible socialists of Chifley.
There were many messages that now feel of their time, but some of it still feels relevant.
There was one very funny one about Rip
You know,
Van
it's a
Winkle,
funny procedurally
who
generated
went to
game.
sleep in the night.
Helldivers, because sometimes it will like there's one that's like the crashed ship in the scenery, and sometimes it'll repeat itself. There's just a row of them, like there's a row of 20 crashed ships in the exact same place.
That's great.
Like going out, like it just repeats the scenery.
1930s, when prices were at one level, and when he woke up, he was staggered to see how much prices in all of the shops had risen.
But surely those vegetables are wrongly marked. 1 and 6 a pound for peas, 4 shillings for a cauliflower, and 2 shillings for cabbage. I mean, the right price is 4pence for peas and no more than 6pence for cabbage or a cauliflower.
He was astonished that people weren't more alarmed. He said,
What I can't understand is everybody's resignation. They accept this state of affairs. You can't have lower prices or anything else until you have increased production.
the call to action was we've got to get rid of this government which is causing all of these price rises.
This programme was presented for your thought and consideration by the Liberal Party of Australia.
These radio plays dramatised and exemplified Menzies' own political philosophy, which was all about how the middle class and farmers and ordinary Australians, men and women, were getting squeezed by the dreadful socialists.
The Liberal Party won the 1949 election, and the election held in 1951, and 1954, 1955, 1958, 1961, 1963, 1966, and 1969. 9 elections in a row. Kind of unimaginable now.
So I think it was extremely important in entrenching for the Liberal Party both its sense of who it was governing for, but also its confidence in its capacity to conduct an election campaign.
At the end of the day, campaigns are selling a product, and we're the customers.
Not happy, Jan!
I'll slip an extra shrimp on the barbie.
Matter of fact, I got it now.
Sick of
You probably have no idea what that is.
The Brady Bunch.
Oh my god. Hold on. You remember how there were like these books that had business
Yes, they're
names and
called
numbers
phone
and shit.
books.
It was it's an ad for that.
I can see.
Jan?
It says Yellow Pages ad right there.
Where's our ad in the Yellow Pages directory? Keep calm. Count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 8, 9, 10. Not happy, Jan!
It's a fucking classic. There's heaps of these classic ads. It's great.
Brands, just like voters, evolve over time, and the best politicians are able to tap into how the electorate is changing and pitch themselves as the answer.
He has lost touch with the Australian battler.
John Howard managed it in 1996.
Todd
he
Howard?
saw an electorate that was changing and pitched himself to it, recognising something very important in suburban areas, in Western Sydney in particular.
The vote amongst many blue-collar workers for Labor is very soft. They are very discontented with Labor.
One of John Howard's great successes was building this constituency around voters who would never previously have thought of voting Liberal, and to convince them that the Liberal Party is the one that represents their interests and not the interests of, you know, business people in the sort of top end of town, was a remarkable feat of political rhetoric.
How could you say that the coalition represents battlers? How could you possibly, with any honesty or any credibility, say that?
In the 1996 election, seats like Lindsay, MacArthur and Macquarie all turned blue, and they all stayed blue for Howard's entire time as PM.
And when you look at the swings in Western Sydney and in some of the traditional Labor areas of Sydney, it is a comprehensive endorsement of the philosophy and the approach of the Liberal Party. And to all of you,
John Howard also knew the power of
Look at this
personal
fucking
brand.
goober.
it's great to
Remember
be
how I
out
told
walking.
you
He's
that
known
one
for
of our prime ministers just walked around the city in the morning and you could literally go up and talk to him? And how there was like a TV show that would go up and harass him every week?
Pie at him. Hit him with a pie.
Whoa, that's this guy.
Walking around Lake Burley Griffin when he was in Canberra, around Kirribilli when he was in Sydney, sometimes to the surprise of the local media and overseas cities. The journalists would sometimes walk with him for spontaneous sort of doorstop. And it was an opportunity to seem to the people of Australia to be relaxed and relatable and human, out for a morning walk, accessible.
Morning, Mr. Howard. Good morning. Question on the cricket to Zimbabwe, the tour to Zimbabwe.
He set a cracking pace as well. Would often be seen to be walking faster than anybody else.
My favourite part about John Howard was how he put people being human trafficked from the Middle East to Australia on prison islands. That was pretty cool.
Which was a little exhausting to look at.
The green and gold
Using the
trackies
military to
became
blow 'em out
so
of the
important
water.
to the Howard brand, they're now in the collection of the Museum of Australian Democracy in Canberra.
We think it was given to him in about 2004 by Australian Rugby Union, now Rugby Australia. We know that John Howard was a rugby tragic, and like all politicians, I suppose, he loved to appear to be relatable to the people.
Good morning, Mr. Prime Minister.
It helped to make him step away, I
that's
suppose,
Melbourne.
from his role as a Prime Minister, which seems distant and besuited,
Wanker.
to someone you could just go up to and have a chat with.
This is the complication at the checkout you never expected.
Indeed, I didn't.
Nice to see you. How are you?
Now it's really important that people knew that the leader had done their time with us, the rest of us.
One of the funniest things, if a politician like walks up and is doing a media thing, and they're like, "Oh, hi, how you going?" You're like, "Hi, I'm Jack. Who are you?" That would be funny. That'd just make me laugh.
Being a normal person.
Howard won over and held those swing voters for a long time. Not forever, mind you.
It just
His
works.
downfall
Ready.
came at the hands of another marketing miracle.
My name's
America's
Kevin, I'm from
ambassador.
Queensland. I'm here to help.
People left the Liberal Party, they voted for Kevin Rudd, and they didn't necessarily come back to the Liberal Party.
Tony Mitchellmore worked on Rudd's campaign.
Essentially, it came down to two words. It was future past. Labor tried to be quite respectful in that campaign of John Howard, but he was the man of the past. Kevin Rudd...
You know what's interesting about Kevin Rudd? fluent in Mandarin.
He's gay.
Very interesting.
Was a younger guy, and he was the guy of the future.
Those high levels of expectations in a leader, they're not always a great thing.
If you're building your entire strategy around a leader, that means when the leader brands start to go down, so did you.
Thank you. Can I confirm I will be a candidate in tomorrow's ballot?
That was market driven. It had so little to do with policy. It was more about who can we win the next election with? Oh, I can't win it with you? Well, you're gone. I'll get someone else in. I can't win it with you either? You're gone.
I met with the Prime Minister and advised him that I would be challenging him for the leadership of the Liberal Party.
That famous quote by both Malcolm Turnbull and Tony Abbott.
We have lost 30 news polls in a row. It is clear that the people have made up their mind about Mr Abbott's leadership.
Really exposed that strategy in the
You know what's
parties
really
and how
funny?
parties were thinking about how...
With retrospect now, Tony Abbott was probably the better Liberal Party candidate of the last 20 years. When the bushfires happened, he was in there fighting fires. You know what he did when the news crew showed up? He said, "Fuck off, I'm busy." I don't know about you, but that's pretty cool.
Better than Scott.
Going on holiday.
Ted Cruz in it over there.
Yeah.
Going
So, like,
on a
all
Ted
things
Cruz
considered.
is what he did. Am I right?
Yeah, and like all things considered, it's like that's probably a better option. But Tony Abbott's also the guy that the Tasmanian anarchist dude headbutted because he saw him on the street. He got interviewed. He's like, "Why'd you headbutt him?" He was like, "I'm never going to have this opportunity again."
How they need to be more market focused, more market driven.
This is my leader.
There you go.
And I'm ambitious for him.
Yeah, good on you. Thanks, Gomo.
It's one of the biggest lies when you hear a politician go, the only poll which really matters is the one on the day. That's not true.
I actually think my profession...
It's
as much
so
as I love
funny. And like, thanks to Crocodile Dundee and Steve Irwin, your country's
What's up?
reputation globally is so good. They think you're so cool and badass and rugged. And then
I'm trying to
can
ruin
we
that
just
reputation.
replay that last second there
Yep.
when he thinks.
Mr Abbott's leadership.
Really expose that strategy in the parties and how parties were thinking about how they need to be more market focused, more market driven.
This is my leader.
There you go.
And I'm ambitious for him.
Yeah, good on you. Thanks, Gomo.
It's one of the biggest lies when you hear a politician.
You do not deserve the street cred that you have on the international stage. Okay? No
Has spoken
country is
exclusively
more
at marriage.
unworthy. And the fact that New Zealand is the one that doesn't have it, like, if anything, it should be that one.
It should be. Think about how their indigenous relations are. Like, granted, they're kind of going through a rough patch, but like, it's basically completely
I mean,
integrated into the country.
Any indigenous
it's a good
relationship
example.
between a state is going to go through rough patches.
Of course.
It's
I mean,
trending
that's just
over
one
time.
aspect. Yeah.
The man accused of headbutting Tony Abbott has spoken exclusively with 7 News. He insists it wasn't because of the former PM's views on same-sex marriage. The 38-year-old man at the centre of the storm was today charged by police.
He calls himself Astrolabe.
I was quite drunk.
But
Just
the
now.
Hobart DJ remembers enough to admit what he did when he saw Tony Abbott walking the streets
What a
yesterday
cool
afternoon.
person.
Hello. Hello.
We're learning about Australian politics.
Yes.
Can we
love
in
this.
case they missed it, can we show the clip that you just showed and why I'm making fun of Australians?
Yeah. Okay.
About how they need to be more, really expose that strategy in the parties and how parties were thinking about how they need to be more market focused, more market driven.
This is my leader.
There you go.
And I'm ambitious for him.
Yeah, good on you. Thanks, Gomo.
It's one of the
Oh
biggest
my
lies.
god, bro. Oh my god, bro.
They
like
are not.
Chuck
It's all a
Schumer
myth.
would be an improvement coming over there.
Do they have rights? Technically, yes, actually.
Yeah, aren't they protected?
they are protected, and it's because they're a national animal. We can't just go out and kill them,
Well,
despite
that's the
them
thing
numbering in like 60 million.
That's the thing is they do get killed a lot
They do. By cars.
on the road. I was watching a thing. It's so like they mark your roadkill to mark that it's already been checked if it has a baby in its pouch,
yes.
and then just leave it on the side of the road to rot.
Yeah, pretty much. What else are they going to do? Leave it for the vultures.
Yeah, they'll take the baby and then put a mark on the road that says this carcass has been searched for its loot.
And decided I'm never going to get the opportunity to headbutt that again. Sorry.
Emerging today.
Okay, so this guy is helping rebuild
It's a
the
shock.
reputation
Mr.
that
Abbott
I was
said the
just
attack
saying you
was
don't
motivated
deserve.
by his support for the No campaign.
He was.
Everyone
of course,
thinks
wearing
that
a
your country's
yes.
so cool, and like you look at the government, especially Scott Morrison is so cringe. Like he wasn't even funny. Like he might have been,
he was
but
just
he
cringe.
was in the era of Boris Johnson. So
yes.
you ain't topping him and Trump.
So I'm not sure if they're the national animal, but they're on the national crest. Let me see if I can find my passport. I'll show you the crest.
Yeah, expose yourself. Give us that sweet data.
Astrolabe says it wasn't about same-sex marriage, but because...
I hate Tony Abbott. Has absolutely nothing to do with marriage equality. That was just coincidental that someone had stuck a sticker on my jacket. I was thinking, there's Tony Abbott. I'm going to headbutt him.
Mr. Abbott...
This is why I showed this story. So there's the crest there. So
Is that an emu?
Yeah, emu and the kangaroo. So I'm not sure if they're the national animal, but they're definitely on the
You
crest.
have a bird on your crest.
We do. You want to say something funny?
That didn't even sink in with you.
Look how fat
I was making fun of you for having a bird on your crest, Jack.
I know, but look how fat I was.
But you're not listening. You have to digest what I'm saying to you.
Why? Because you have birds on everything?
Exactly.
Does Canada have birds on everything as well?
No, they're into that leaf.
Yes. The leaf.
But, I mean...
Wasn't badly hurt.
If we're going to talk about, like, the most badass elite bird, it is the Canadian goose. Okay? Fuck
yes,
the eagle.
I would agree.
Did you see the fucking... Right when Trump was being real shitty, there was a fight between a bald eagle and a goose, and the goose won.
Really? I didn't see that. That's very funny.
Yeah, type in bald eagle versus goose.
I will.
I think they're pictures,
Was a very
not a
effective
video.
headbutt. Apparently I didn't get him well enough. There's not much love coming from some of the yes quarters towards people who have the temerity to disagree.
Like, isn't it disgusting that he used him getting assaulted to push voting no on same-sex marriage? What a scumbag.
Almost like somebody who got shot in the ear.
What did you want? Goose versus eagle?
Yeah, just you won't be able to get it on. It's gonna come up with a. Oh, maybe there might be just a series of photos. This is not
Doesn't
the.
look like it one.
You gotta look at when it's from.
8 years ago, a month ago.
Yeah, that's the one.
It was like boxers in a ring. People, each person to interpret. We saw a bald eagle coming in. From then on, it was a 20-minute fight. The eagle
20
kept
minutes?
repeatedly attacking, and the goose was hissing and pecking as best it could, defending itself. There were pauses. Each of them seemed
The eagle literally looks like it's looking at it like, the fuck are you trying to do? Like, look at my feet.
as best it could, defending itself. There were pauses. Each of them seemed to have been catching their breath or deciding what the next move would be. There was round
I'm not
one,
sure if we have
round
hummingbirds
two,
in
round
Australia.
three.
We have Indian miners. They're cunts. Fuck those birds.
Wow, racist. talking shit about your migrant coal miners.
Yes, it does. It was 7 years ago now. I was fat.
And so on. And all the rounds
Make
had
sure you vote in the poll for
everything
what
in
movie
it.
to
Like in
watch.
boxing, the contestants were getting
It's
more
too late
and
to
more
start a movie
tired.
now.
And there were times
Is
when
it?
it seemed hopeless for the goose. And the goose was under the eagle. I thought it was over.
it's way
However,
too late.
it was very, very impressive. The goose fought
We've only
back
been streaming
and
for 4.5
came out of
hours.
that and survived
Yeah,
the
the
day.
movies are always 2.5 hours.
And the eagle
Yeah, you
flew
started one
away,
later than
leaving the
that.
goose just to hang out and chill out on the ice.
Okay, back to
A
Australia.
politician go, the only poll which really matters is the one on the day. That's not true.
I actually think my profession, as much as I love it,
My profession.
has a bit of a role to play in all this, the inability for leaders to kind of weather these storms, because once upon a time it was really difficult and expensive to do a poll of the community about how they felt about something that you just said in Parliament yesterday.
Sure.
But we can do a pretty good, robust national poll about an issue around in about 3 or 4 days, and suddenly it can be on the front page of the newspaper and everybody's saying this is a terrible idea. Of course they think it's a terrible idea. They've just heard the idea. They've just heard about it. It's a really difficult environment to make good policy.
That's such a good point. Like, this whole hear it, believe it, repeat it is just absurd. Like, there's no extended
Agency.
research. It's just headlines.
Agency. There's no
Yes.
agency.
It's all about that media literacy.
There's another shadow looming over this entire conversation. The fact that, unlike most countries, all of us, under threat of fine, turn up to vote.
Compulsory voting is so unequivocally a good thing. That's not to say that it doesn't have rough edges.
About 69% of us support compulsory voting, according to the latest Australian election study. But when you're designing an electoral system, every choice you make has consequences, and it's good to understand them. It means more
Are they
people
gonna talk
are
about donkey
engaged
voting?
in the democratic process.
It's also made our parties quite lazy, made them pretty risk
I
averse in
agree.
terms of what they talk about
That's
during
the
election
biggest
campaign.
issue.
They
Your
don't have to
parties are lazy.
Yes,
They
really
literally
are.
do nothing to actually get votes. They don't fucking
Mm-hmm.
give a. I mean, you can go headbutt them on the street if you really have issue, but like, there's no, like, is there even? Have you ever seen a campaign where it's like call your local elector type thing?
No, actually, it doesn't really happen.
So
it more
your
happens on
input
like
and
the council
opinion,
level.
It's like, was it? It was Drew we were making fun of, who was like, I'm still
Mm-hmm.
going to vote for them, but I'm not going to be happy. I'm going to vote for them out of protest. And I'm like, yeah, I'm
Yeah.
sure they'll
Yes.
care. I'm sure they'll give
Yeah.
a fuck.
Like, that's
what
literally
you
what they're
think.
counting on. They don't care about what you think. That's why they can change and chop their fucking leader at will. Literally,
Like, it's
in
really on the
between
conservatives.
terms.
You know?
Yeah, it's
because
ridiculous.
you have to, like, actually keep hate alive in the country. And then,
Mm-hmm.
if anything, it's probably helped along because you can constantly be like, well, are you going to vote for us or the racists on the other party? So you have
Yeah,
to keep
exactly.
detracting from the racism as a conservative while dog whistling and building racism.
And they're trying. They're pushing hard.
I mean, it's just like
get us excited about
wokeness when it
turning
was
up
like,
to
oh, we're just gonna call it what it is.
Yes.
And then everyone started crying and saying, everyone you disagree with, you call fascist.
And now that's the default response.
vote.
I think if we didn't have compulsory voting, we'd get more policy, because then you get the people who care about it out and voting for it or against it.
As the parties have shifted to appeal to new groups, it's become harder for them to keep everyone in the tent.
Howard's battlers, Tony Straighties, Scott Morrison's quiet Australians.
If an alien came to Earth today and said, who is this Liberal Party and, who do they stand for? It's really difficult to say. And likewise on Labor.
That brand confusion has created a gap in the market that new players have taken advantage of.
By the way, while people are
Six
here,
of the wealthiest electorate.
pause real quick. I'm not sure if y'all are familiar with the group known as the Zapatistas or ECLN, but tomorrow, like about 5 hours earlier than this time right now, around 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be doing an interview with a friend who just did a documentary on the Zapatistas.
The journalist that works for Modern Insurgent.
Yeah. If you don't actually know about them, they're a very interesting Confederalist group. And if you're from America and you hear the word Confederalist and you're confused by it, ignore the Confederacy of the United States.
Yes,
they
please.
literally weren't even a confederacy. So
No, they weren't.
it's basically it's kind of the closest thing to an anarchist society when we talk about political anarchy, not like the word as it's used for like chaos and stuff. So they're very like libertarian socialist, and they have an autonomous territory in Mexico. This is
Chiapas, right?
Why yeah. So Chiapas is they are in Chiapas. Chiapas is the municipality of Mexico.
Okay.
But it's the poorest region of Mexico because they're all indigenous. They're all indigenous Mayan. And this is like why everyone was worshiping Scheinbaum and
AMLO.
why am I blanking on Ato or whatever his name is?
AMLO.
AMLO. So like their big thing was they were destroying native land and stuff with their super rail project. So it's a very interesting relation with these people who are indigenous trying to protect their land from the Mexican state. And they have their own, basically tribal government down there, completely independent from the state. Anyway, that's tomorrow. So
Yes, tomorrow. Okay, if we're doing a movie, under an hour 40.
well, you can play that game I just sent you. You can do the first level. Everyone will love that.
I just voted.
How triggered you'd get.
Bar Ocarina of Time
Yeah.
on Monday. Can do that.
Well, we'll do Mad Max
Eh,
on Monday.
we'll see-
Well,
we'll see what
actually
people
probably
want if
stream
people
with
watch.
Moon on Monday. That's what I said for if it's
Okay.
a wrap-up segment, the intro level is shorter to that game.
I'm not sure how easy it is to attach a controller. That's all.
Oh, you can just play with the keyboard. That's funnier.
That's a nightmare.
You should be able to just plug a USB in with the controller and it should recognize it.
Maybe. Would there be any videos about the fashion brand thing yet? Like the China thing? Because I wanted to touch on that too.
Like the fashion industry in response to China?
Well, that and what China's saying, lying about producing the products in China and how they're targeting European brands, not American brands, which makes no sense. Like you're getting grifted.
I mean, I've seen some, but
I don't imagine it's a very popular talking point. I don't think people are thinking logically right now.
In the country, Liberal Party heartland fell to independence.
The Liberal Party is unlikely to feel entitled to this seat again. And we'll have to sit up with this.
They took advantage of an unpopular government, a lot of donations, and some very clever branding.
This is a win for moderates with a heart.
The teal was an inspiration really driven by her electorate.
Shut up!
It faced the ocean, Manly Beach, all the way up to freshwater
The
now.
current
And it was full of people who went
movie that's
surfing
winning in
and
the
enjoyed
poll
the
is
ocean.
2 hours. So.
Sure, we'll have to start it right after this video though.
I mean, if that's what you want to do, you'd
Sure,
have
we
to.
can do
You
that.
have to fucking start the transition then.
Okay, I'll shut down the Rumble and
And
start the
also,
other
we
one.
can just what we can do is we can just actually raid that channel to dump the chat into our secret channel where we watch pirated movies.
True,
that will
true.
eventually get nuked from orbit.
Yes. That's actually a really good point. We could do that. I don't know why we haven't been doing that.
Just didn't think about it.
And then
Well,
people who
because,
want to come
you know,
can come.
we tell the YouTube viewers to click to still.
True. Well, we can do that for the YouTube and then migrate
Yeah,
the Twitch
and then
viewers. Okay, we can do that. We'll post the link to that channel now, and I'll shut
Okay,
the
should we start
YouTube down
running
at the
it?
end of this video.
Shut the Rumble down.
So
and
it
start
was kind of
running
not
the
blue,
channel.
not green, but we're somewhere in between.
Dolph Dickinson's agency is working on 3 campaigns this year, including that of Wentworth MP Allegra Spender and Ellie Smith, who's running in Peter Dutton's seat of Dixon.
Do you agonise over the colour? Is it the single hardest decision? Yes, there is definitely a lot of debate that goes into the colour, and also just having that nice balance that it doesn't look jarring, it feels welcoming, and again reflective of the candidate.
It's a slick operation, using many of the same tactics as the major parties.
Demographics in that area, broken down by age.
That was not audible.
I would.
Yeah, the video.
Because we have so clean assholes.
That's very quiet.
AKA pussy telephone.
Those are both quiet.
Or whatever it is that comes out of your demon dick. Fill my fart box up with some
Why
of
are
your
they
monster
so quiet? They're funny ones.
I mean, I can boost it.
Please.
Say that we do better than them. I would say that when we entered the field and looked at the campaigns, we thought they were easy beats. They are not able to be as agile or nimble in their marketing as we are.
Because I'm free to represent you, not a political party. It's really hard for parties, particularly who are big organisations built on, 100 years of history, to be versatile, to move around. And on the one hand, they have to because they want to get elected, and if they're not trying to get elected, then what is the purpose of political parties at all? But if they do move around too much, voters just get annoyed. And I think that's probably where we're at the moment.
The reality of winning seats now is you got to keep your loyal voters on side to keep your primary vote high enough and appeal to other voters enough that they'd toss a second preference your way.
These political parties are putting messages out where people might go, hang on, I don't agree with that. Why are you doing that for? But what they're trying to do is create some sort of resonance or connection to that secondary market, that secondary base that's required to win the seat. And so sometimes the core is then going, hang on, what are you guys talking about? And now all of a sudden you're saying you might agree partly with the other side as well. I don't understand what you stand for anymore. I'm confused. And that's leading to de-identification.
It's just really difficult to be a political party in this era. You are pulling together minimum winning coalitions of voters that don't make ideological sense.
As a campaigner, if you think there's some sort of holy grail, it's time campaign
monkey
that can reverse
alignment
that
chart.
impermanence, and it's just like a
Okay.
I don't remember what it was. It was something like understanding sin.
Okay.
And participating in it. So it was like the chimpanzee, and it says understands sin, participates in it, and then the orangutan was understands sin, doesn't participate it, and then there was
Okay.
a gorilla. It says doesn't understand sin, doesn't participate in it, and then it was a gibbon, and it said doesn't understand sin, participates in it, and it's that's so accurate.
That is very funny. That monkey is going to be hanging off my bike. That's why I bought it.
a self-belief
I just
thing.
like the
I think
gibbon.
you
They're
can use it.
funny.
They are funny.
I like the one where they
My
give
jingle
them
can do
like
it.
the olives or the grapes.
No jing.
Oh, he's like
Whatever.
running down the road.
Yeah, with his arms in the air.
They're goofy monkeys.
Jingle can do it, unfortunately.
Political parties are not sporting teams. We don't really want them to be.
I'm not sure if loyalty should be the sort of absolute value we're looking for in a voter. I think it's dangerous to kind of use that
Really?
that frame like it's a football team or a religion or something like that.
But there are probably some things that parties can learn from footy clubs. Footy clubs know
Footy club.
you've got to
No.
keep talking to your supporters year round, not just when you're campaigning for the flag.
Yeah, sticking by them through thick and
This
thin.
thing was like, it should be more like team sports.
You get my wife's name right!
It's way too long.
Oh, well, that was a test.
Just the end. I thought it was Will Ferrell though.
No, he's yelling at Will Ferrell. What is the one? What is it? Current?
What do you mean?
Play the thing again for me so I can hear what the current.
You know, you got to stick by your
length
team. You got to
is.
go every week.
Oh.
Are you stupid or are you deaf?
You idiot! You come to our house.
Okay.
You
Got
get
it.
my wife's name right.
But we also have the blank. Are you stupid?
Yes.
Or are you deaf? Okay. Got it.
Are you stupid or are you deaf?
Speak to those fans authentically. They build deep relationships with their local community in a way that major parties have been struggling to replicate.
Do pollies deserve any loyalty?
No, they've got to earn it, and they haven't really. I don't think for decades.
They're fighting an uphill battle, a battle they've been struggling with.
So it's easy to blame the parties for not being the parties that they used to be. You know, they've changed. Why have you changed, man? But really, they're doing what is completely rational, and by trying to chase those final votes that get you over the milestone of that majority in the
Vote
House
for
of
me,
Reps,
I buy
majority
pies.
of votes in a majority of electorates.
Democracy works because voters punish failure and reward success. Rationality is the thing that we want.
A brand needs to move and change. So all the successful brands in the world, you'll see they're constantly evolving.
When we have less attachment to political brands, when we're willing to shop around more, we, as an electorate, swing more.
I think about the John Howard years.
The government that I will lead will be a government not only for the people who voted for us, but also for the people who voted against us.
And I look back at that as just this extraordinarily calm and predictable time in politics, and now looking back to that, it's like that was the blockbuster video of politics. Like that, we will never ever. I don't think we'll ever have that time again.
It's a tricky position to be in, evolving your brand, moving with the times,
My
finding new
brand!
customers, without annoying the people that like the old recipe.
But when the shift does happen, it's not going to be an earth-shattering moment. It's going to be a quiet change in leader, or it's going to be the behind-the-scenes ascension of a particular group of cabinet ministers or of backbenchers who are jostling for supremacy in the party. You know, the revolution in the parties is going to be very boring.
I'd rather be
We don't swing like a metronome between Labor and the coalition anymore.
You know, people are choosing niche brands. You know, the Liberal and Labor Party are a bit
The
like
video's
department
gotta be
stores, which are
lower.
increasingly becoming
That's part of the
less
issue, is
relevant
the
in
video's
people's
on
lives.
max
People
volume.
might go to the
It's not
discount
though.
warehouse of
It's
Jackie
just,
Lambie or to the
it's just got good audio.
upmarket
No,
boutique
videos
of the
in
Teals.
general, though,
and people
they
are
got to be much quieter.
Uh-huh.
increasingly
Because there's
going
only
to those-
so much
those niche
loudness
brands.
you can even
We've
get
now
out of
seen the
something.
combined minor party and independent vote climb to levels we haven't seen since before the Liberal Party even existed.
The data very, very clearly tells us we are
Make
in
the
the
Liberals
zone where
not exist
tectonic
again.
plates in Australian politics shift. That minor party vote, it's not going anywhere. It'll peak and trough over the next couple of elections, but it's inexorably going up. And once you get it above that 25% level, certainly above 30%, you are going to see major fundamental shifts in the way that Australian politics arranges and organises itself, and I'm sure that'll play out over the next few federal elections.
When tectonic plates
Can't
shift, we
wait.
get earthquakes. Is that what we should brace for?
I think you have-
Cannot fucking wait for the time where Australian politics is just aligning while the world moves forward. Can't fucking wait. It's gonna be great.
Make sure everyone watching on
prepared for
YouTube, if you want to continue watching, you have to click the link that's posted.
Yes. Click that link.
Twitch, you don't have to worry because we'll dump you over there anyway.
Click it. Yeah, you can join us in the raid if you want.
We can change. The brands might stay the same, but exactly who they represent may change significantly, and we will see more political innovation. It's unavoidable.
This is a pivotal election that will shape our future.
Building Australia's future together.
Next time, what happens next? Independents and minor parties broke through in a big way last election. How's that changing politics, and how will the next parliament work? That's next time on Swingers.
Next time. Can't wait. You guys enjoying Australian state media?
I do need to, like, if you want these balanced, they'll have to do it before we start anything else. Cause
Oh, don't worry about it now.
Okay, then I'll probably
Can
forget to do it.
Do it another time.
I'll probably forget to do it then.
That's fine. It's fine. Stop sharing. At all. Okay, YouTube. Goodbye.
No, do a raid.
Show me your bag of secrets.
Not wrong one. Where is it?